published, so now it's bringing people in.
Should I put on my hat? Then not eat a main comb.
Too unnatural.
You sure you can't see me? Okay.
Not here.
Cause the whole thing that
All he's seeing is me. Good evening again. Good evening, good evening, evening. Welcome to election 2020. Checking the clarity of the microphone through the mask.
1, 2, 3, 4. Guess what? Today is. Come on in. How you doing?
Hi guys.
Awesome.
10 minutes and we're good. Afternoon.
And we have our first, our first guest, our first victim.
Is it on? Is it recorded? Is it recorded?
Nothing.
Yeah, you're recording.
We're welcoming
Wait.
Miss Alma Frances Heiliger. We want to make sure we can see her face. There we go. Peter, your face is being obscured. Okay, I did. You can come closer. And we got on masks, the social distancing. I just need to get you in the shot.
Okay.
We have.
And then what he name will replace I and I. See, I don't like this.
I don't know who's I and I. Well, thanks. We're good. This is why we test our live streaming and we live so you get to see behind the scenes in front of the camera. So you can't beat this. So St. Peter's not used to being in front of the camera. He's normally running the board, so now he's in the hot seat.
Yes, I.
For those of you, let's look up. That's MEP working hard.
Too hard.
1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now?
I'll comment here, Peter.
Do what?
Okay.
Okay, start with Carol.
Alright. So
Okay. Ready?
we are.
Coming in on radio right now.
How clear are we? Our voices are
Wait.
clear through the mask?
Wait. You ready?
Let's
2, 1.
Hello. Welcome to election 2020. We are here at WSDA studio for our election coverage. You're going to be speaking to a few of our candidates, as well as have some political commentary as we go forward. With us first, we have Ms. Alma Frances Heiliger. We're going to first ask a couple things. You're going to share with us your experience thus far as we've come to the final day of election 2020.
Okay.
And then we've got a couple questions for you.
Oh, definitely. I'm open to questions.
Tell us about what's happening. How's it been? You've been campaigning for a little while.
Well, I have to say this was an interesting journey this year. As you know, we're dealing with a pandemic and COVID-19. So even as a candidate, we had to move around the community a little bit different, a little bit more safe. Even as you see here on the panel, we're reflecting what we're dealing with. But I still say that the people were interested. They wanted to share their concerns, they wanted to share their issues, and they really reached out every time we attempted to engage. So I have to say kudos to the people of the Virgin Islands for really letting us know what their issues were this election cycle. And it is my hope, and I am praying that if I am elected this evening, that I will have that opportunity to get to the legislative halls and really work on their behalf.
And we do want to say good luck. We'll
Thank
be able to find out if this time you have been successful.
Yes.
So we look forward to seeing what you can do in the 34th legislature.
Definitely.
Peter?
Miss Alma, again, we're wishing you the best.
Thank you.
Tell our listeners and viewers basically some of the experience that you bring to the table that can make a difference.
Well, what I will say is, first and foremost, I have worked at the legislature for 21 years. So that gives me a unique opportunity to really see it from both sides, not only working in senators' offices, but also on central staff. As well as I have been a talk show host for several years, and that really gives me another opportunity to really engage the public. One of the things that I have had to learn over the years that even tried to inspire me to run for office is every day when you're speaking to the public and you're a community activist and you're getting out there, you're really hearing a lot of the concerns of the people. And, I stopped and I said to myself, if I do have an opportunity to represent them in the legislature, I could bring a wealth of information and knowledge and the things that they really want to see change and definitely be their voice in the Senate.
I mean, and we were looking forward to that because all the time every year, well, every 2 years, every election cycle, everyone talks about let's add a new voice, let's have some new blood in the legislature to bring forward new initiative, new ideas, or a fresh look at things. And then, but we have to remember sometimes experience in a particular area is a paramount response, something that you must have. That way you don't go in fresh with nothing. And when you have somebody who actually has some experience in the House, would be great. I think one of the benefits that Senator Bobby Thomas had when he went in this time as a freshman senator, he went in already working in the legislature, so he brought with him some experience. We like that, where we say, okay, well, although it's their first time, but because you've been there,
you can hit the
we
ground
look
running.
forward because you know what it's like, you know about the research, you know about the things that are necessary. So those are some of the things we truly look forward to from
And a lot of times you've already formulated so many relationships with the staff, especially even central staff that is working to really support the 15 senators in the institution. So that is a definite plus as well.
Okay. So we're gonna be working on some things. Well, so this is our first. So this is one of the benefits as we move forward in this new technology. This is something new for us. Generally, you would have
Well, you gotta
the
start
outdoor
somewhere.
campaign, and everybody's outside, and the public is out there, and you start interviewing people. Now you actually have to do it here, where
It's a little bit more controlled.
and not just that, but it's more intimate. Because now you get to say, well, we're close, so I'm not fully 6 foot, but we're good social distance, and we do have our PPEs.
Yeah.
So we are socially
Doing what we
do what
have
we're
to
supposed
do.
to do
Be
to
responsible.
and then where we get to share, you're sharing with me, but it's going to the wider audience.
Definitely.
So this is a new era. Hopefully, I personally like the up close and personal of the past, but this also gets opportunity for that reach that we didn't have before,
Definitely.
because now not only local voters, but friends and family extended throughout the nation and the world get to see firsthand live what's going on in their home. So
Let me ask, campaigning out there, what are some of the biggest issues that the constituents out there tell you that, hey, this is what I wanna see change in?
Well, the funny thing is, in this community, we talk a lot about the big issues we hear about, which is standard in the election time: crime, WAPA, GRS, which are all very important and are priorities. But a lot of times when you're talking one-on-one to people, their priority might not be part of that larger scope. You have, especially because of this pandemic, because of the unemployment, a lot of people's issues that were keeping them up at night. Some people lost their jobs and they don't know when they're gonna get an unemployment check. Some people were worried because they had to pull their children out of school. It was the little things that sometimes people tend to overlook that was never a major problem before have become major issues for them on an individual basis. When you have to talk to a mother that's concerned about making sure she bought formula, or either have to just use carnation milk to make to feed her child, those are the things that keep them up at night. And for me, it was a little bit sad to see that our people were going through this, but I know that it will get better. I am one of those individuals that I look forward to the future, where individuals such as myself can get into the Senate to really do what is necessary to put money where it needs to be to really help the people of the territory.
yeah, and we look forward to that also. And when you talk about some of those issues where things that we took for granted in the past are now paramount on our minds, like we never thought about having to stay home, having to
Exactly.
not being able to traverse the streets and do the things that we normally did on a daily basis, and now going out may prove harmful. But I still have to go out because I have to work, I have to shop, I have to do things that are necessary, and senators will have to work.
Definitely.
So when you're thinking about how we move forward during this pandemic period that may continue into 2021, how do you see the 34th legislature impacting the territory and the responses that some of the constituents, some of our residents think have not been addressed in?
Well, I think as a people we're gonna have to adjust to this new normal in a way where we utilize technology a little bit more to reach out to the public, where we come up with creative ways. Like one of the funny things, somebody said, well, Alma, how are you gonna deal with it? I said, listen, if I have to set up a little booth in my office with a virtual individual that they could just come and sit and chat to, or they could log in and interact or get to me, I'm gonna do what is necessary to make sure our people are safe. But at the end of the day, the legislature is going to have to recognize that we have to do things differently. We have to look at our economy differently and how we're gonna bring in revenue streams in this new normal that we have living with COVID. We're gonna have to look at our tourism product differently as to how we develop it in a way, not only adding more cultural aspects to it so it can be enticing for people to come back to the territory, but also safely. And a lot of times, some of these things can be done through policy, through the various agencies, but a lot of times, if you work with these agencies and you see that things are missing, as a legislature, we're gonna have to step in and say, okay, here's the funding so you can make sure get it happen, because the people need that particular service. And that's as simple as I see it. We're gonna have to engage a little bit different, but the point is, if you're creative about it, you can get it done.
Question, what's your take on GERS, and what would be the solution from your angle?
Well, I would say this, my solution is I hope the 33rd legislature deals with it before I come in the 34th, that's the first thing. I think we have gone through a long period where it has been kicked around and discussed for so long, it should have been a priority. Now, if I have to deal with it in the 34th legislature, I would hope that as colleagues, my other 14 senators that are there, they come in directly and realize this has to go to the top of the list. I think people don't recognize that when you potentially could lose $250 million in an economy such as this, it's going to affect a lot of people. So for me, I'm gonna have to sit down with everyone and we say, listen, we need to create pockets of solvency. You know, I remember when they were trying to say that marijuana could potentially bring in 20 million, that's one stream. You know, why are we not tapping into all the real estate that GRS has, selling or either creating mortgages so they could generate monies, and that's a different stream. You know, why are we not utilizing our VINGN in a way, and the revenues we potentially can bring in, we could send it straight to GRS? What about the austerity measures that were already in place that we have to adjust because of COVID-19? Because the government was working at a reduced rate financially, and we were getting it done. So if we could adjust those cost savings, even if 20% had to get returned, what about that 10% go straight to GRS? The key is to create different pockets of solvency so the revenue streams can get to GRS so it does stay solvent.
Let's talk a little bit about the insurance.
Okay.
And one thing, I'm not a government employee, never have been, but one of the things that seems so crazy is every time it's last minute as far as the plan, and it seems like the legislature, they don't have time to review the stuff, to challenge and to make adjustments. It's just last minute. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts on that.
For me personally, I think the first branch of government needs to act like it. You are the first branch of government. And the same way that the executive branch, which is the second, has a lengthy period of time in order to negotiate, do what they have to do, they have to respect the legislature and send it down in a timely manner so that the 15 senators can review these things in an effort to make sure that this is the best deal for the people of the Virgin Islands. Every single cycle, they have to send this down. It turns into a back and forth of you have to do it now or else. Why is it you continuously hold the legislature hostage to this insurance agreement, but unfortunately we accept it? And for me, we have to make them accountable and say, listen, even this is the deadline, if we even have to put it in law, if we don't get it by a certain time, this is going to be the repercussions and we're gonna take over and handle it a different way. But if we keep allowing them to do that to the first branch of government, this is going to be the continuous result.
So we're gonna have to take a quick break, our first break for the afternoon, and we'll be back with you in 2 minutes.
I'm good?
Yeah, you good.
Alrighty.
Good evening.
Hey, Bobby, how are you?
How you doing?
Good luck later.
Thank you, you too.
Hey, big brother, you good?
Have a good night, guys.
So, how do we,
That one off?
yeah, that one stays. How do we pause live
What are you
stream?
saying?
On. Live stream doesn't pause. We just continue to talk.
You could just press stop.
No. So this is live streaming. So as we transition for the radio, we continue the live stream and we are joined. We're joined by Senator Bobby Thomas.
How you doing?
Welcome to our first live stream event. Working on trying to knock our cobwebs out of the equipment that we put together a couple months ago, and just all the kinks out of it, and then we'll go to the radio broadcast. So welcome.
Thank you.
So it's very simple. We give the opportunity to share with the listening and viewing audience your experience of this election cycle. Compare it to last year when you became a freshman senator. How was it different? Last election cycle campaign season from this one. And then we're gonna open it up, answer a couple questions so that you can share with the viewers.
No, this is something
We're
different.
doing our conversation.
This is something different.
Oh, sorry.
This is
Emmett,
live. You
Emmett.
gotta remember we're live, so during live we have to converse.
Tell me how it's looking.
Emmett.
No, Emmett.
Share so we can, what, will you share it yet?
Oh,
Emmett.
okay, Big Eddie.
Your people need to.
Fix your mask. Your mask keep coming down.
I know, I bought this, look, this is a really good contraption thing because it keeps all that stuff off your mouth. But it works well with the disposable mask because it has the Velcro grip. But it doesn't have the gripper for the cloth mask.
You got make one inside.
Yeah, I realized I have to make these little hooks, like the Marie, so I'm gonna, so you learn these things as we go, because I realized I can make, back then I used to do hook and eye things, I used to make with the thread.
What I'm
and you
telling
lost the
you-
hook and eye with the hook there.
What I'm
The
telling
eye
you
hook.
is to tell me
Used to
how it
make
looks
with
back
the
there.
thread. So I said I started doing that so I could do that and then make it so I can just clip in there. But these things are the bomb, because you know, literally have breathing space. And Emmett, of course, goes directly in front of our live stream camera, so we get to see Emmett P in action.
Oh, shit.
Don't force it, don't force You're it. touching too much.
You could tell being a custom.
Stop touching.
Just put on the headphones and you're good to go.
Oh, Lordy. Okay.
This is not hair scene.
Alright, you get ready to go.
All right.
So,
You ready?
You could tell the host.
Alright, we get ready to come back. Keep it going on the campaign road, ask him how it was today, the second time go round.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas. Turn it some.
Get ready,
Turn towards you
15
so much, that's
seconds.
better for you.
I'll bring it closer.
Yeah, do that, do that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You turn it.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it. 1, 2, 3, go.
And we're joined now with Senator Othniel Bobby Thomas. Will be completing his freshman year in the 33rd legislature and campaigned for re-election for the 34th legislature. Senator Thomas, share with us your experience this year compared to last year, when you were first elected. And what did you learn from last year? What did you use this time? And how are you feeling?
Okay, well, good evening to the viewers and listeners, and thank you all for inviting me to the forum. And as a freshman senator, it was all that I thought it would be, and 10 times more. I always, as you know, I've been a long time employee of the institution, so I always had great respect for the institution, for the office of a senator, and it was way more, more fulfilling in being able to reach out and talk to your people in the community and being able to assist and, work with them. So it was much, much more rewarding than I thought it would have been. Campaign-wise, this campaign was the entire world is different than it was in 2018. So imagine the campaign as well was different, where you didn't have that interaction, the big social events, the really up close contact, the lots of loves and hugs and handshakes and daps. It's not there. You have a lot of elbow bumps and a lot of fist bumps and waves from a distance, but the campaign was still electric. The response was decent. It was very positive. It was still a great experience and humbling all the time. It is very, very humbling to have to be able to ask someone to allow you to serve them. It's very, very humbling, and on the other end, it's absolutely rewarding to hold our office.
And with that, you served the first term, and you're seeking a second term.
Yes.
What did you learn from the first one that you can definitely utilize this go around if the constituents allow you to?
I was adamant of about 2 or 3 things that I would want to represent as a senator. And going in, I told everyone around me that there are 3 things that I will never waver on. One is that whenever my tenure is over, I don't have to be looking over my shoulder to who I owe a favor to or to someone that I have done wrong to. I also don't want to put myself financially compromised again to where I have to owe someone a favor. So I kept it above board all the time, and the most important thing is Othniel Bobby Thomas, I do not believe in disrespect. I would not disrespect a 5-year-old child or a 95-year-old elder. And I wanted to make sure that I pass on that as a representative of a people, that I will respect each and every person I come in contact with, testifier, commissioner, whomever. And I tried my best, and I am satisfied that in my first term, I held fast to those principles, and those are principles that everyone can accept at the end of the day and say, well, his integrity is in check, he's a respectful individual, and he represents me as an individual. So I am confident that I did that to the best of my ability, and I am pleased.
I was actually just about to say, integrity in a politician is a rare trait.
Well,
in many cases.
And I, like I said, I've worked in the institution for 25 years, and I've had a ringside seat to many different people and how they operate as politicians, and I'm striving my best to be a statesman. We are all politicians when we put our names on the ballot, but when you sit and serve, you want to be a statesman. And that's my goal, and I have had feedback from some very significant people in Virgin Islands, history in Virgin Islands politics, that said they are pleased with me, and I am well on my way to being a statesman, and that's all I'm asking.
Peter?
Senator, let me ask you, it's your first term. What are some of the issues that we have out there in the community that you would call unfinished business that would be a priority if re-elected?
Okay, I'll give you the top 3. The top 3. One unfinished business is without a doubt our retirement system, because that is a long-standing issue that everyone, every single person in the Virgin Islands would love to wake up in the morning and say, aha, here it is, this is the answer, this is the solution. And our elders in the community, our retirees that serve this government for 20, 30, 40 years are able to comfortably relax and say, good. But there's a lot that goes into that, right? One of the main things that go into that is our economy. If we have a thriving, booming economy where every business is flourishing, the dollars are coming into the community, circulated 6, 7, 8 times, we will then have enough monies in our coffers to duly deal with issues that are facing us, like GERS. But we know GERS is no spring chicken issue. And one of the unfinished business that has existed for millennia is crime in the Virgin Islands. It's getting ridiculous now. Most we can do as senators is put more legislation to try and deter crime. And that's all we can do, deter, because if we put legislation to punish, that's what we end up with, because we have a generation now who seems to not be afraid of any penalties coming their way, the way they are so brazen, careless, reckless, the way they are committing these crimes and to each other. So it's getting rampant, and I've said it more than once. We have a state of emergency to keep the deaths down with COVID. Why don't we have a state of emergency to keep these deaths from growing with the violence in our community? It's ridiculous.
One of the things with legislation, we have a lot of legislation on the book, and the legislature really has no control. But when the laws are written, the bills are passed, become law, and the enforcement is lacking. There's a lot of legislation out there on the crime and on dealing with crime, but the enforcement, just like in other areas of our community, but the enforcement isn't there.
That's very true, and the enforcement isn't there, and that goes back to one thing: our economy. If our economy was thriving, we would have a thriving business community, taxes would be on the rise, we would be able to compensate our officers, we'll be able to properly equip our officers, they'll have vehicles, they'll have cars, cameras, whatever they need to not just do their job, but to be more advanced. And because our economy is not as booming as it used to be maybe 25, 30 years ago, we are seeing now lack of enforcement because we don't have bodies. And this is throughout the government. Every agency comes to the legislature, well, we could do this, but we need more people. So, okay, we give you the funding for the positions. 2 years go by and they can't fund any of the positions because no one is there. There are jobs wide open and people are not there to take the jobs.
I would tend to disagree.
No problem.
And simply my aspect as far as people being qualified for jobs, they're lacking training. I mean, you just can't show up and say, well, hey, when you look at the list, well, they got 10 jobs here in different departments. It's not that you can't do it, but if you're not properly trained, and if the different departments don't have a training program, then we don't have nobody signing up.
Let me tell you how you are absolutely agreeing with me. Because our economy is not thriving, we have to throttle the salaries that we could pay the professionals. Those professionals, educated through high school, they may even have that UVI education, they may even travel away to get educated, dying to come back home. But we can't pay the salary that kind of talent demands. And because we can't pay that salary, guess what that intellectual property of the Virgin Islands does? It leaves, it goes somewhere. We have Virgin Islanders leading across the globe, not the US, the globe. You go through the Caribbean, we have people that graduated from UVI that are premiers and prime ministers. You go to the mainland, we have attorneys and doctors all over the place. But because our economy cannot compete with a state or a different region, then we lose a lot of our brain power. I have a bill, the Brain Gain Bill. You know there's $3 million set aside for free education at UVI, right? I have legislation in that is saying, okay, if you don't use the $3 million, take the balance and let's try to bring home some of that Virgin Islands talent that is elsewhere and try to compensate them or give them incentives or pay back their student loans, whatever it is, to try and bring them home and allow them to live comfortably and work in our government and make our community better.
And unfortunately, we have another unenforceable, unused legislation, because we talk about teacher shortage, but we have several hundreds of paraprofessionals, or at least 45 of them I know of, who are willing to become teachers, but don't have the financial resources with UVI, where we have a bill that allows for our paraprofessionals, but every time you try to go, they say they don't have any funding. So we have that, and with guarantee that they will be teaching in our schools. We graduated 6 of them this year, but they pay their own way. You know, where we have this program, we talk about it ever since I came home in the 90s, where when our students go, you send them away to school, but all they have to do is say, the contract for the financial aid, you have to work for us for 5 years. You're not going to come work for free. We have 5 years of labor. We have that. That person has no debt when they're done. They have experience, so they can continue their education, decide to move on, go away, get some more experience elsewhere. But in the process, we have that human capital right here that we train and we pay for.
And that's what the Brain Gain is also trying to do. Not trying to send a graduate from high school into college. We are trying to fill the voids in the government with those employees and those needed positions. We need an economist. We have a Virgin Islander working in wherever, freezing their tail off. They would like to be working at home as an economist. Well, hey, we know you have $80,000 in school loan. We will pay $8,000 a year once you stay with us. 10 years, that is disappeared.
And
so this is the kind of incentive we would try to do with the Brain Gain bill.
Yeah, good. I'm wishing you lots of success on that.
Thank you.
Peter?
My thing is, as a senator, and again, the first branch of government, check and balance, what are we doing about waste? I mean, we hear about so much waste in government. What are we doing? Tell us from your experience, is it out of control?
Waste is relative, right? A lot of people would say that, oh, these entities, these agencies are traveling too much. And I'm sure, as ATF will tell you, you have to travel sometimes. But guess what happened in 2020? The world is now virtual. Just about every training and conference that you attended, it's available online, you know? So waste is being reduced. What a lot of people see is waste may be mismanagement, but it needs a look over. You need to step back sometimes and say, hey, this person and this person doing the same job, but we have a need over here that we could probably shift this for. It needs to be done. You need to have an audit of our government and see where we could tighten the belt and where we could lose the fat, because it's revealed with COVID. There's a lot of things that you thought you couldn't do without, and COVID let you know we're getting by without it. You know, we're getting by without having 100 million cars on the road now. That's a very excessive number, but we're seeing that we're getting a lot more done virtually, and there's a lot that can be refined and looked at to indeed reduce waste or just retool the government and come back better.
I think former Senator Nelson had a bill similar where he was trying to utilize and not just cross-train, but cross-use government employees with the same job title to cover shortages in other areas where they had more, if they had excess employees or several employees doing the same thing in one department, but there was a shortage in the other, and being able to share the resource. But I know that it ran into some problem because of the differences in salaries from one department to another, and people not willing to go down and others. So I know we had some issues with that. But things like that, with utilizing resources, whether it is the money or the human resources, utilizing it and sharing it is something that needs to be done across the board, I believe.
And again, that's something that the executive branch has to do. It has to step back and take a look at itself, because they are who managing 80% of the government. You know, so they need to take a look and see how best they could use all the resources they have.
So that's what I say, some of these things are not in the seat of legislature.
But most of it, you know, the legislature, we try our darndest, and this is the thing. As senators, as legislatures, it is demanded that access is total and complete. Everyone wants to be able to call you at any time, to reach you and have a discussion with you. And we as senators, I know for sure, I can speak for myself, Anthony Bobby Thomas is absolutely responsive. Call me. Let's hash it out, let's discuss it, let's try to find a way to get it solved. But a lot of the problems are not in the legislative branch. They are executive branch functions that we can only advise, call out, and as Peter said before, we show them. We are the check and telling you, hey, this is a better suggestion as to how to do this. You cannot force it. You force it into legislation again that messes up everything, which may not consider all of the parameters, whether it be the software issues, the hardware issues, it may be union, it may be contracts, whatever it is. There's a lot involved in getting stuff done, and trust me, there's a lot of non-communication in the executive branch, and it needs to be, you know, whether worked out through technology or just policy.
And you just touched on something that is one of those contentious issues for the past election cycle, and now a lot of members in the community talk about, you know, accessibility. You know, our senators, that you hear it all the time, our senators make more money than many senators throughout the nation.
Mm-hmm.
But you just basically put the reason for that. You are accessible, or our senators are required to be accessible more than double the amount of time that most nationwide legislators are expected to be.
Another reason for the consideration in salaries, let's take some place like, I don't know, pick any city in the United States that has a population of 100,000 people. You're going to have county representatives.
The mayors.
You're going to have mayors, you're going to have, you know, the city representatives, different levels of representation in the Virgin Islands. The legislature is the only game in town. There's a lot of things that people say, oh, the legislature shouldn't be dealing with that. But because of our makeup and because we have a single unicameral body, that is how it is. And that we are handling all the responsibilities. I had a friend who worked for a state senator for an entire summer. Never saw it. Never saw it. Worked in the office. The senator was in the city. When they came to the capital, they went to session, they go to lunch, you go back to session, you go back to your city. Never went to their office where their staff is located. It's different here. Everyone wants to see you in the grocery store, in the movie theater, in church, wherever, and talk the business of the people. And guess what? To me, in the 2 years, I have never heard an outlandish request. The people that approach me for community concern. They don't want anything for themselves. They don't want anything for themselves. They're like, Senator, this is a bad situation. Hey, we got to deal with this because this could happen to our people. And that's the kind of rewarding thing. You want to be able to solve those kind of problems, or help them, guide them, point them in the right direction to the agency which is properly suited to handle it.
Peter?
Hey, you know, Senator, one of the things that I think is important is you've been a member of the Carnival Committee.
Yes, sir.
What are we gonna do with the Carnival product post-COVID? I mean, you have the experience. How do we market, package this product?
I must say this, that the festival's entity in the Department of Tourism is filled with a bunch of young minds who have a very wide perspective to marketing and advertising. Tourism itself is also the engine behind that entity and has a vast experience with marketing. They are reaching out in different areas to try to continue to keep Carnival relevant in this virtual world. But they have big plans for post-virtual Carnival. I am hoping that everything is brought to the table. You can't leave anything out. I believe that when it comes to the Carnival product, we have one of the best, there's no doubt, we have one of the best Carnival products because our Carnival is compact. It is centralized and for majority of it, it is free. So we are very well known as innovators in the carnival industry. For the live streaming and the different events that we have, we're very, very innovative there. And in some areas we are very conservative and we hold back and say, oh no, we don't do things like that. But it's all a matter of sitting with everybody. You can't, as the festival's entity, they can't leave the community out and say, we got this, we're going to do this. They need to reach out to professionals like you've been in the industry for 2 careers and be able to take suggestions and say, you know, Peter, we can actually use a suggestion and move forward. So I believe the festival's entity needs to remain open and keep in contact with the community.
Thank you. Hey,
Yep.
Carol.
So, Senator Thomas, this has been enlightening. We do wish you the best of luck. I guess in the next few hours, you'll know if you're successful with the 34th legislature, and we do wish you luck. And we look forward to working with you during the next session.
Thank you very much, and I hope the people of the Virgin Islands, especially in the St. Thomas St. John district, you want to go in before?
Before you leave, I want to ask, you want to raise?
What raise? What raise?
No, you know they say, hey.
Oh, no. I forgot about that. There's no raise. There's no raise. You didn't catch me when I was next. There's no raise to be gained by the senators. The senators are not seeking any raise at all. There's no such thing.
Thank you, Senator. Much success to you if you're successful in the second term.
Thank you very much. And in wrapping up again, I just want to thank the people for participating. Peter, we had over 2,000 people come out today, 4,000 only vote. That is amazing for a turnout. Regardless of whether or not I am successful, I am pleased that the people came out and they took part in the process. That is what it is. If I am successful, you can count on me again to remain in the grind and ready to work for the people of the Virgin Islands. I thank them for considering me even. Didn't give me a vote, I thank them for considering me. And thank you all for providing this forum.
Thank you.
Very much.
Alrighty. The countdown, I think the polls will be closed
In 9 minutes.
in a minute.
9.
In 9 minutes. The polls will be closed in 9 minutes. And then we'll have some results later on as they get from St. John. You know, they got run. And with the technology nowadays, I think we should have some quick counting and early results. So stick around here on Lucky 13 WSTA, and we're going to definitely let you know the results.
Thank you again, Senator Thomas.
Thank you all.
Well, we break for radio, but we don't break for live stream because, again, we are bringing it to you live. First attempt for our live stream, weekend live stream, election edition. The national election is winding down. Some of the states are getting ready to close off. I think some of the first polling place closes at 6 p.m. So in 12 minutes, I think they'll be closing in,
Which one?
I think in the northeast. I think Maine and everybody is getting ready to close shortly. So the national election is a heated election. Our local election is an important election. So we are looking for it. Now, as we don't break for live stream, I am going to work on a few things because we still have to make sure that we are reaching everybody and do our connections.
What happened?
No, you ain't sent it. Well, your Facebook can't pick it up. You sent it to us, or we also you.
I think it was me.
Oh Lord have mercy on it.
You know Rasta do that with you?
Rasta.
Rasta gentleman. Go check this in. So, we guys are getting ready to monitor results.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How is the live?
How she can't see me? They go hand me to the ring, this water. Suppose I get important phone call.
Alright, let me go front up for us.
We put it from here. How what do I say? From right?
Alright, please.
Bianca Rockefeller. Election, campaign talk for a good 20 minutes. You know what I mean?
I gotta go first.
Huh?
I gotta go in first. You could have squeezed through the thing.
Keep myself down, you know, come here.
Nothing but leaks, bro.
Come on, figure out my thing.
Aye?
You never ask.
Okay, you're still alive.
No, the thing about that, is this how we use it? Is this keep falling off of the damn thing?
Live.
Neither.
You know what they think I just say, I'm not the thing. Good Lord.
Alright, we are back and we're still working on how we making sure that you are kept abreast of everything that's going on. We're transitioning. We will be having live interviews as well as election coverage. So we are working on this. Trying to make sure that we have everything
You
going.
coming in? Come, brother. Come, brother, come. I gotta hit that laptop. Come. Oh.
You can come here.
The chair over there. It's 2 mics.
No, come here. Sit down over there first. How you doing?
Good night.
Great to have you, brother. How you doing? Awesome. Well, again, we're live. We're here. Election.
I'll tell you right to go because it's still there.
Okay. That needs to move. Yeah, slide it back towards you. Because you're blocking Peter totally. Over some more.
I just don't want to move it, is you?
Yeah, I know. A little bit more.
Alrighty.
You could move your computer over a millimeter. Chief, can your camera move over a little bit? And my camera move over a little bit?
Could you go and move it over a bit? You trying to bring over there? Yes, sir?
Yeah.
She come and move it, so that's why.
No, because
How the signal out there?
It's kind of, but it's good. It's audible, well enough,
Okay.
but it's not too.
You good? You good, Carol?
yeah. Alright, so we're now back live. Well, not back again. We never left you guys. Trying to adjust, making sure that everything is in place. So thank you for staying with us. We are continuing election 2020 coverage, live stream coming to you from Brother Emmett P. and Olive TV, PEO Productions, live from WSTA 1340. And of course, Emmett keeps walking in front of the camera so you can see that he's working diligently. So we're gonna be getting some results, and we're gonna monitor
You gonna be done?
the live stream of the election results locally and nationally. In 6 minutes, we have some of our national results some of the polling places nationwide are gonna be closing, and
No, not so.
Hold on.
Guess what? Our 7 o'clock is their 6 o'clock.
No, we have some in the states that close at 6. I think Maine and someone else closes at 6 p.m.
Okay, I will bring you back on radio now.
Okay.
So for those, there's some
You're ready?
who are closing at 6. So we're, so as we prepare to go back on air, we
Coming up now.
continue our coverage.
Back. Oh.
Good evening, welcome back to Election 2020 conversation and coverage for our election season in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And we're here at WSTA 1340 live, brought to you by Alawi TV and PEO Productions. And one of the things we're doing this year, in addition to our live radio coverage, we are live streaming. Alawi TV, Emmett P Facebook page, Alawi TV YouTube. So make sure that if you want to see us, in addition to hearing us, you get on YouTube or Facebook for our continuous live streaming coverage. Brother Peter, we have company.
Yes, the great Tito.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for having me here. It'll be an interesting evening, I'm sure.
So, and you know, Tito, we've been around for a minute.
Yes, sir.
We started a show that we'll be getting back to.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're also a co-host of Step Up to Truth.
Yes, my dear.
Brother, you have a lot of knowledge when it comes to the legislature, elections. Give us your take on the elections 2020.
Well, to be frank, everything to the beginning of the third legislature seemed to be kind of low key, kind of slow, right? For whatever reason, the public were not engaged with the operations of the legislature. Now, as time come on, of course, the main issue is GEIS. You know, everybody's aware that if GEIS goes down, particularly the whole economy could go down. And that's always the underlying issue. Also, in the late term, this issue of the raises with the senators, the connection of the lowest paid commissioner to the salary of the senators became an issue where everybody started to really get engaged. And with that, other issues start to pop up now, because the previous guest, Senator Thomas, and one of the questions you all posted regarding the raises and so forth, and the reason why they should have it, all these came play now, and the public started to get even engaged, trying raises to what these senators actually do. Now, as a farm employee, I know there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes. I know that. But in the area I used to work in, which was public affairs, we always know you could do all you could do behind the scenes. If you don't let the people know you're doing it, they figure that you're not doing anything. You see what I'm saying? And that's kind of the job for most of these senators. They don't know how to utilize the media to let them know what is going on. Now, I don't see the numbers, but I understand that there's a little above average in terms of turnout. Now, that could be in part because the citizens are getting more involved. Again, maybe triggered by the issue of the raises. You see? Because there are a lot of other movements afoot because of this issue of business. Example, you have people want to write in campaign law kind of stuff because of the issue of business. It sounds so, but then the raises again is tied to Act 6905. Because of one section, particularly section 8, subsection C, where that tied the Louis State Commissioner to the salary of senators. So, in dealing with the issue of raises, you still go back to the issue of GIS. You see? So, but the senators that are running presently and the incumbents would be always confronted with these issues. Long-standing issues, but everybody want to kick the can down the road per se. And we all know, and speaking about GIS, they need a real influx of cash. And again, with the government, at least the government came with a proposal. Okay, what's supposed to bring tens of millions of dollars to the GIS. Although we know it's not enough, it's more than just $5 million of support. So presently, as I see it began this election, and we're going to see the numbers and results in a while, we're going to see if these issues really had any bearing on the results of this election.
And with what's happening, especially when it comes to GRS and education and the hot topic issues, one of my pet peeves is that every election cycle, the first thing they come out, this is my priority. And I think last election, 2018, I had to ask the candidates if they could define priority for me. Because we tend to, priority becomes the buzzword for election.
Yeah.
And then automatically when election is over and not even before they even take the oath of office, at the end of the election season and the campaign season, they seem to forget immediately that they claim that they were going to prioritize these two issues, because the definition of priority to me is lost on many of our politicians.
That's because it always comes back to us as voters. We have to understand that voting in itself is not the solution. It's part of the solution. Now, senators, the representatives, people also, and sometimes they will get their priorities screwed up. Messed up. Right? So, however, we as citizens supposed to be there monitoring them and letting them know that we are monitoring them. So in essence, a lot of times when the representatives go off course, it's a lot because of the public is not doing what it's supposed to do. Because you cannot just vote for senators and sit back and expect them to do what is right all the time. It's our responsibility to stay engaged with those representatives.
Let's talk about, we hear a lot of promises as far as funding, but it seems it's more talk than actual funds. I mean, I could talk to you about a good sounding plan, but to execute it and people see the results, it seems not ever to come through.
Because how should I use this? Because we don't have any funding. You see, for example, the last candidate was mentioning, we have funding, but it's being mismanaged. However, we need our economy to expand. And there are times when senators speak about, we have to expand the economy. We have to ask them, what have you done to expand the economy? What legislation have you brought forward to show us that you have revenue generation initiatives? You see, this is how we have to deal with our representatives. Because it's good, and I used to work in that field, public relations, public affairs. So again, we know how to articulate stuff, in words and through the mass media and so forth like that. But then we have to deal directly with our representatives when it comes to these things. And yeah, funding is hard. Okay, we have to fund GIS. Where do you get the money from? And to deal with that approach, it has to be some bold, visionary leadership. It has to be stuff you got to go get out of the box and deal with.
Let me ask you, with all it, why can't they tag on a fee for travelers, for GRS? People have to travel. And I'm saying, when you're looking at, look, we do a lot of traveling, and every time you go to a different airport, the prices change, up, down, and that type of stuff. I figure that small stuff, like they say, one fill basket, small fees for travelers, because hey, we have to travel. The tour, if you're in the tourism business, well, people have to come, or they're coming. We need to tag on fees that could help GRS. Those are some ideas that they need to do. Not, you know, when we think about the big money that you need clearance from somebody else and a deal that ain't got, no. Pick up a small money now.
Now,
But you say small money, you say small money because you're looking at the initial amount. But generally, when you think about it, and I think the last presidential when Obama ran, he showed how small money adds up. They did a campaign where they asked for $10 rather than the $1,000, and we got more $10 from a larger amount of people, and still were able to garner a larger amount of money than the handful of people giving $1,000. As the same thing. But you made a statement a while ago that you need bold, visionary leadership. Many of the suggestions that you're making now were suggestions from the 80s and the 90s. Back when they were collecting $1 per passenger, no, it was 75 cents per passenger, they asked for $1.50, they barked, oh, that's too much to ask, so now it's $1 and something. We tried to get it raised to $3 a couple of years ago, and nobody wanted to do it. They were like, no, the cruise ship doesn't want to take that, they don't want to absorb this. And I'm saying there is not one person who wants to come to the Virgin Islands that's going to not buy their cruise ticket because they have to pay extra $2.50. But we didn't have the leaders who were willing to go out and speak for it so that we can get it. So then we look at our next door neighbor. So I told her, when you go in and leave, how much you got to pay?
20.
Okay.
More 20.
20 plus dollars.
You know, $10, go in, $10 come out. Now you're paying. You go to Antigua, you land the people in the airport, they collect it before you can get your back on that plane. You gotta give them some more money. And we didn't want to charge $3.50. If we had gotten that $3.50 5 years ago for every passenger who landed on St. Thomas Airport, and every cruise passenger, they talk about millions of people that come off of those boats every day. And even if half of that money had gone to GRS, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. Just in the past 5 years. So imagine what would have happened if they had done it 10 years ago when the recommendation was first made. And I think it's over 10 years ago. But you have to have the leaders who are willing to take a stand and say, look, you may not be happy, you may not want it. It may hurt for the initial. So when you go to the doctor, you have to get an injection. As soon as it shook, you're gonna hurt. But what happens? That shook don't wear off, and you get better.
But I find the people, our people, they have us in a slow sleep, a welfare mentality. You can't make X number of dollars once you're disqualified to gain housing. You can't do this. If you make too much money, you're disqualified. So now you're forcing people to not give it their best. Not go and produce, not go and prepare to be the best. Why? Because if you're making too much money, you ain't gonna get no food stamp, you ain't gonna get no housing. And again, the madness with it is our children see this kind of behavior. So the cycle continues, and what happened now? We have a bunch of youths out there who realize, well, hey, guess what? Without the education, selling drugs ain't enough money. Because the chances of being arrested is great. That's no future. You understand? So, how are we going to break this cycle? And again, for every time we say we got to pay somebody, oh, bad, oh, I can't do. No. We need to pay to have the resources to deal with the hospitals, the retirement system, and all these different, you know.
We got to expand the economy. We got to diversify the economy. That's a talk we've been having for years. It's a reality, but we're not stepping forward to doing it. We're still dealing with, of course, the tourism industry will always be a part of our economy. You know what I mean? But like in COVID now, we don't have it. Now we don't have it. What are we doing to deal with bringing in funds? You see, and that's the whole. What have the legislators done to diversify the economy, and what kind of pressure have the legislators put on top of the executive branch to enforce those initiatives? Because again, when it comes to enforcement, and we're speaking about revenue. For example, since the hurricanes, right? We used to have this. We have this. We have customers going through the stoplights, right? The stoplights are on where they're working now. People still going through them. People still parking all over the place. Now, one fill the basket. Little money. Once we give enforcement, if we start to enforce traffic laws right now, parking and all kind of stuff, moving violations or what have you, we're going to start putting money back into the economy. It sounds little and it sounds foolish, but we're not even doing that.
Yeah, tickets on the highways of Miami right now, between tolls and tickets,
Yeah.
they pay for all of the construction on the highway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because every time you run, if you run a light in certain areas of Miami, ticket goes straight to your mailbox, and you got to pay within some period of time. They're not calling you. Then it comes automatically now. They scan, the camera takes a picture, it goes straight to your bill, you were charged instantaneously. So they're collecting revenues. The amount of people right now that run lights around here cause accidents, if they were penalized, we could fund. We talked a couple years ago, there was I know now they're actually putting them in place, but a few years ago when they first discussed the placement of the streetlight cameras, so many people were against it. They were like, oh, that's a waste. They're putting a lot of money in there. And I'm like, those cameras pay for themselves within a short period of time. Because just the tickets alone you're going to get, you're going to pay for them. And those cameras also help deter crime. Because how many times crime occurs and you lose the perpetrator because they drove off. And as small as St. Thomas is, and the limited roads we have, I'm still trying to understand how you lose a car in 10 minutes. We don't have major highways where they can disappear. They're going on one of these roads, and 90% of our roads are dead ends. Newsflash, they gotta go somewhere. But when you have those cameras, you have the idea of the last area, the last intersection that they pass.
Yeah, and again, and there's an issue with it. That's enforcement within the executive branch. In dealing with the legislative branch now, for example, the legislature will be required to find the funding for the cameras and so forth like that.
That's their job.
And then from there, the executive branch, Department of Police or whatever, they're the one to install and deal with from that aspect. But since we're dealing with the senatorial candidates, we have to be clear in terms of their responsibilities. Now, again, they are representatives, they're not leaders. They represent the public who elected them. If we want senators and representatives to be on a higher level, the public has to be on a higher level. Meaning that we have to get more informed, more discerning, and dealing with our representatives. So the representatives are a reflection of the electorate. It goes hand in hand, and it's unfair. I have to say this, but it's unfair for the public to cuss out the senators and the public in doing what it's supposed to do. You see, because again, they are human beings and they need guidance also. And in terms of responsibilities, with the senators, they pass the laws, they appropriate funds, they pass the executive budget, but one responsibility senators have throughout their tenure is to monitor and oversight the executive branch to make sure things are happening how it's supposed to happen. So whether or not meetings, whether or not they're going to be passing any laws, they still day-to-day dealing with the constituency. And in dealing with the constituency, they in turn have to deal with oversight over the executive branch. And that's a day-to-day duty.
And I think one of the things a lot of members of our community don't realize, and I have to say, some of the candidates themselves don't realize the exact job specs of a senator.
We're not lying, sister.
They go in and they're running, and then even when on their platform, you hear them talk about, we have to make sure that the governor does this, and we have to, I'm like, are you aware that is the role of the senator? The job that you're asking for, that's what you're supposed to be doing. You know.
Some senators were got elected, got voted out, and still don't understand the duty of senator.
Yeah, it's like back when years ago we used to have our forums, and it was amazing to us that when you ask a particular question and they're like, well, we have to hold the administration responsible, and I'm like, no, that's your job. You're the one supposed to find. Your job is to create revenue. Their job is to spend it, and your job is to make sure they spend it properly. You bring in the money, and then you make sure that they spend the money you bring in right.
You know what makes me laugh sometimes when you hear senators say, hey, vote for me. I'm gonna get you a job.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't get nobody no job unless you're in the staff.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
And a lot of the public feel that those senators are supposed to do too.
So
They call. I mean, a lot of people call the senators and say, you know, my daughter, my grandchild, they need a job. And they're like, okay, go to the Department of Labor.
Yeah.
But they, instead of doing that, they promote that's what they're capable of doing.
again, one of the things, I gotta let our listeners know that Ideas and Issues team will be coming in at 8 o'clock to work on tallying and all that type of great stuff here on Lucky 13. Hey, one of the things that does make me go wild is the lack of training. You know, in all these different departments, we see change at the top, you know, with new administrations and stuff. But I don't hear about any training. Where okay, so you got 3 tiers of people. And eventually the bottom tier come up to 1, 2, and move up. We have a consistency as far as performance and check and balance. You know.
Who is speaking of that?
So that again?
Who is speaking of senators or just?
No, I'm just talking in general.
Okay.
In general, I never worked for the government, but just looking at performances. How do we execute without somebody looking over our shoulder? How do we get the training to be motivated to take pride in what we do? You know what I mean? Because right now, look at the government and halfway shut down, with people still home, under this COVID thing, still getting paid. But what's the production level that we getting from these people who getting paid? And again, you know, I get upset too when I hear people say, well, look, no, somebody, a student or so who get training in Atlanta, don't want to come home because they can't get, look, you gotta make a sacrifice if you come home. But there's benefits. There's benefits. There's no place like the islands, man. Living home with family. Come in and say, I gonna walk on granny house. I gonna walk on some of my inheritance. We cannot allow people to hold us hostage for, hey, if I can't get paid what they pay me in Atlanta, hello, they have more people if the population they have, if everybody pay $1, hey, your salary secure. But down here we don't have that, but the sacrifices you have to make. Home have to mean something. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, I home.
You see,
Can I go first?
Sure.
Because it's one of the things, and because he touched on two things, and we're gonna be able to go piggyback on it, because we share a lot of common experience.
right.
We're gonna tackle the coming home first, because as my present position, even before I became the president of the union, I've always been, I promote coming home. I left Baltimore City, I taught in Baltimore City for 2 years. I came home, pay cut. Automatic, knowing pay cut was coming, but I was coming home, because you anticipate, but I was never been able to come close to catching up to what the salary is in Baltimore City. And even now it's worse, because, I mean, we're not talking about a $2,000 difference. We're talking $8,000 to $10,000 difference. And that was in the 90s, okay, when it was 3 to 5, and now they moved and we were stagnant. I have some young ladies, and I call them young because they're in their 40s, that have gone on, educated, worked here, went on, continued their studies, took positions on the mainland, but they still work with me. I do trainings, and they come and they train because they're good. And I'm like, trying to talk them into coming home, one especially, and she did a lot of trainings for me this summer as we were transitioning into this online. And I'm like, I really want you to come home. I said, well, what's your salary in PG County, Smithfield, Maryland? She has her doctorate now. And I'm thinking, okay, I know PG County had gone up, so I'm thinking $80,000, $90,000, because she's 12 years teaching. And she said, you know, I really want to come home, but to be realistic, that's not gonna happen right now. I said, well, what are you making now? She said, you ain't want to know. With her doctorate and the 12 years that they gave her, she's making $190,000. With a doctorate in the Virgin Islands, with 9 years, with 12 years. They're making $60-something thousand. 60-something thousand, 109. You're talking about sacrifice. Her mortgage in PG County is less, almost half of what they were paying in St. John. So when you talk about sacrifice, we make sacrifices, but we also have to think about what we're asking of them. So when you talk about, people are willing to take a pay cut to come home because this is home. We love home. But we also have to be realistic, especially when they have children and they have other obligations. Say, oh, now and children growing, it's just me, I have, my mom, we can live off of this. If I still had children in school and children in college, I would have to really consider also stepping where the grass is succulent. Because it can feed, green grass doesn't always feed. Succulent grass feeds your flock. So you have to sometimes take a look. So we want that. But many people, we have a lot of dedicated professionals, and not just educators, we talk about professionals. You talk about these guys, I mean, I could call the names, I didn't get their permission, but who are holding these positions in some of these, in WAPA and in the hospital and in different places where, we talk about, they're making money. But when you look at their colleagues on the same level doing less work than they are, making almost twice as much as they're making, and the cost of living where they are is so much less. A CEO of a hospital in Miami making twice as much as Dr. Amaro. And I guarantee the mortgage in Miami is cheaper than the mortgage in St. Thomas. So when we talk about sacrifice, we do it every day. But then, say one, say two, when you're sacrificing, you don't want to sacrifice on their respect. So all those things is what kills our young people from making that decision. We know we're going to sacrifice the financial area. but we don't want to sacrifice the peace of mind and the comfortability.
We are connected dots. Before we was speaking about we need board leadership. Now, regarding home or away from home, working away from home or what have you, what we fail to do for many generations is build and maintain our national pride. When we start to begin with our national pride, we know everything has to come back to the Virgin Islands. For example, now again, regarding board leadership, we had an oil refinery industry from 1965 up to 2012. We were due the return on excise and gasoline excise taxes. For example, between 1965 and 2012, the average amount of money the Virgin Islands could have collected in return on gasoline excise taxes between $40 million and $400 million. If we had a political class who had national pride and conviction, we have already dealt with our delegation, the executive branch, the business sector, the legislature, our advocacy community, and moved on Washington and demand the return of these taxes. That kind of money in our treasury could have deal with salaries and all the other services we need. But again, we have to connect the dots. But the organic state has to be national pride. We balling but going away and getting money and not going to come back. Do you all realize how people who come from who are not from here, to come from the state and come and live here with a salary cut? Why do you think they do that? They see the big picture. And we have to see the big picture and stop selling ourselves short. Our problem ain't that we small, you know, it's that we small-minded.
And again, I heard Sister Carol here talking about the sacrifices. But again, the greater good for me is what you do for the island. We're lacking people who, we have a crime problem. We don't have enough professionals in town to come in and say, hey, let's sit down and come up with solutions and deal with this gun crime. It ain't a gun problem, you know. It's a mental problem. You understand what I'm saying? We need to know, find out how to break the cycle. I can't have a kid out there who just raised in hell and creating all this thing in town, and nobody ain't doing nothing about it, and we feel like we're afraid. Everybody's so quiet. No, we need to get busy. Ms. Carol, we have a new guest.
Yes. Joining us now is Edgar Baker Phillips. He, for anyone in the political scene in the Virgin Islands, knows Mr. Baker as everyone knows him. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you, big brother.
Hey.
I invited Baker because I wanted to ask him one question. What's the state of the Democratic Party? You know what I mean? Because look, everybody running that's the next thing, you know. We know you were there running things in the past election, and this past election you lost. But again, I know you have time in, so you have a good insight of what's going on. Where are we at? What's the state of the Democratic Party?
Well, Peter, the Democratic Party has been, from my inception, we've been trying to reorganize and clean up the Democratic Party, straighten up our bylaws, create platforms, and work in tandem with the national and the territorial rules and regulations that govern this body. And I've put in quite a bit of years in shaping that to the point where we are able to currently have a platform. Our bylaws under my leadership has been amended, was never amended since back in the 80s, is now amended, and still need tweaking. With the new candidates, as candidates come along relative to our platform, can add different things as time changes. So the party is still continuing to build. There's new leadership involved, and they have to do what they think is right, but there's quite a bit of things that I'm seeing that they're doing right now that I'm not in agreement with in shaping this party to be for the best and provide the best service for the people of the territory.
Can I ask
You got a question?
You also made a statement that no leadership is involved. What do you mean by that?
Well, you now have, I just lost the election, you now have a new district chair, who I find that is not following the rules and regulations of this organization. You have a new state chair who have taken over, who I believe, personally, I believe, needs to work more and closer to the membership of the organization in shaping the structure and following the rules of this organization.
Isn't that your position supposed to be following the dictates of a board or something? Or does the Democratic Party have a board of directors or leadership?
Well, the party is structured like this. You have a territorial committee and you have 3 districts. A district in St. Thomas, district in St. John, and district in St. Croix. And each district has its rules and regulations that govern, but they also work in tandem with the territorial committee, which is a policy body of the organization.
Right. That's the policy body. Okay.
Policy body.
Right.
So we are supposed to be working collectively, but still, the groundwork in moving and shaping this party is done on the ground through the district chairs. The district chairs are the workhorse of this organization, and make sure that whatever policy or rules that is governing this organization is followed by its
I
members.
know your position, district chair.
That's right.
So for the district chair of St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, do they do the same thing, or they have the authority or the ability to change up how they
Well, it's according to the membership, but we have always tried to work as close as possible. During my tenure, all the district chairs that I've worked with, we always work collectively.
So one of the things, I'm a lifelong Democrat. I have been, came out of a family of hardworking Democratic leadership, trying to avoid stepping too far out on the branches. But one of the things that you hear, a lot of the complaints from young people in our community and some people who are independent or who consider themselves independent, even if they have registered as a Democrat, is the fractured Democratic Party system that we have in the territory. So a lot of the concern is that instead of a party of unity, the Democratic Party of the territory is a fractured body. And how do we move forward? Because now this is the election season cycle for 2020, 2022 will be a gubernatorial election, and we are looking to move forward as a party. How do we do that now so that we can entice the on the fence members of our party, as well as the younger ones who want to see unity and forward movement?
Well, Carol, thanks for the question. But over my tenure, one of the problems that I've seen, and to the statement that you mentioned about young people wanting to come in, I've always reached out to young people. And you know my background. I've always did a lot of activities in the community around young people. Did a lot of programs around young people. And in this district in particular, we are open to young people coming in the organization. But one of the problems we are facing with our young people is, well, I brought in a young lady and moved her around to my vice chair, but couldn't get the support that I needed as chair on the policies of the organization, to just simply sit down, read the bylaws, read the platform, read the rules of and regulation of the organization. That's the biggest problem we have. People want to come in, but they don't want to do the hard work.
That's almost in everything,
Yes.
and that's not even just youth. A lot of people, you stand by and they make comments and they want to participate, and they come in and then they look and they're, oh God, that's more than I bargained for. That's the look. They don't say it, but just their reaction to the workload, you can see it.
Oh, we are not giving up simply because we just have to continue. One of the biggest problems with parties in this territory, unlike some of the other places that I've seen relative to the Democratic Party, is the members don't like to pay their dues. A simple $25. They want to be a part of the meetings and but the rule says you cannot participate unless you're in good standing. And like any organization, Carrie belongs to many organizations, and I bet you every organization that you're in, you pay your dues.
You have to.
So why don't they want to pay their dues when they come to this organization, but they want to be a part of this organization? That's one of the problems that we've been facing, and we have gotten a lot better. I was able to under my leadership, I was able to formulate 2 or 3 clubs. And in order to be a club under the organization, you have to have a membership body of 25 members, and each one of those persons must pay a $25 fee in order for this club to move from the district to the territorial committee and be a part of the organization. So we were successful in building the body. We're very successful, unlike what a lot of people are saying. The last election, we made history in this territory under the Democratic Party by getting 13 senators elected, a delegate to Congress, and a governor. And that plan that I did to come to that conclusion took me approximately 2.5 years trying to strategize around all of the obstacles in order to reach that goal. So I hope that these guys that are here, they have a high mark to reach. So I hope they can continue with that vein.
One of the things that that you hear complaints from some members of our community, and it ties into the dues when it comes to the Democratic Party, because you hear people fussing about why is it that the government is paying for the Democratic primary.
And if they go back in history, the Democratic primary used to be paid for by the Democratic Party, but only those dues paying members were allowed to vote. And that's how it used to be. And then people complained about the fact that, oh, only a select few are making the decision. I'm like, but the select few are the ones who are actually paying to be a part. But then, so they opened it up, and the government decided to make it more accessible, they made it so that the government pays for it. But then now they're complaining about expending the funds for the primary.
The problem who was controlling government when that happened.
So, and that's the whole thing, so.
Same Democratic Party. That's the problem. People see it as.
So, those are some of the things you have to look at. If you want the party to fund the primary, then the party has to make the decision of who participates, and the participation is guaranteed by your
based on your dues,
paying dues to be a member.
Member in good standing.
Member in good standing.
So,
but Carol, to that vein, you know, that's a particular situation as it stands, simply because that has to be moved through legislation, because there's legislation in place right now. If the legislation change and forces the organization to host its own primary, then we'd have to do that. Until then, we have to continue to operate the way we operate.
yeah, I mean, because after that law was changed to make it open primary, then that's what happened. So if they decide, because with a lot of members of our community right now fussing,
it's a possibility, depending on who's elected, they may opt to go back and change it back to how it used to be. And then in that case, as I was stating, then the party then gets to decide based on good standing members who get to vote.
I heard you talk about Carnival a little earlier.
Well, again, you know, when I spoke to Senator Thomas and questioned him about Carnival, you know, he's been a member of the Carnival Committee. You also. My thing is, what is the Carnival product? Where do we go from here? You know, because again, we have to invite people to the islands post-COVID, but we also have to maintain our product. How? And my question is, how do we do that? You understand? What are we doing to preserve the culture? You know, grow the culture.
Well, Peter, I'm glad you asked that question simply because the Carnival product, right now is a product of the Virgin Islands Carnival Committee. But, Peter, we are willing, as we've always been saying, we are willing, based on the legislation that was passed, which allow for us to be a part of. There's a section that allows for a nonprofit organization to be a part of in shaping and working in tandem with the festival committee. We don't have a problem working along with the festival committee. Peter, we have the template. We can do the Queen Show. We can do the Prince and Princess. We can do the boat race. We can do the parade. These are things that we have the experience in. We can work together with them with the village committee and make sure that this product is moved forward. They are getting the funding from the government. With us.
And gentlemen, I hate to cut off right now, and that's a good segue because we'll be talking about the government in a minute. But right now, we're getting ready for some results to come in. But one of the things we're going to look at, and we're going to get a chance to bring back that conversation about Carnival and the funding and the government structure. But right now, we have to focus on today's, what we're looking at today, as they're collecting the first, I think I saw some envelopes come into the election committee, but question.
Remind our listeners of the candidates that are running and the positions they are running for. So, you know, when they start, they'll have an idea where their people stand. And
while I do that, one of the things I look at, how do you guys feel? What are your predictions? Because before they start coming in, what are your predictions about the election? We have, you know, 2 candidates for the delegate. We have 15 candidates for 7 seats in the senatorial race. Stephen Payne is running unopposed, but there's an active write-in campaign. You know, we have 3 members for the Board of Elections, and 2 members for the Board of Elections, and 3 for the Board of Education. So, what do you guys think? Who do you guys think? So I'm going to go over the list of who's running right now, and a couple of the people who I heard are doing a write-in campaign. So then you guys give me have an opportunity to tell me who you think. And this is the first prediction prior to the first of the numbers that are coming through, or that will be coming through shortly. So for the delegate to Congress, or House of Representatives, we have Honorable Stacey Plaskett, and her opponent is Independent Shakima M. George. For at-large senator from the Island of St. John, Senator Stephen D. Payne. For the St. Thomas St. John district, Marvin Blyden, Stedman Hodge, Stephen Smokey Fret, Dwayne DeGraff, Ray Fonseca, St. Donald Fred Gregory, Afghan Bobby Thomas, Alma Francis Heiliger, Wayne Faxman Adams, deceased, Khalid Joseph, Jonathan Tucker, Janelle Saru, Irvin Putnam Mason Sr., and Milton Potter. What are your predictions? Delegate to the House of Representatives.
Stacey Plaskett. And the reason I say that, I'm not even familiar with
Ms. George?
Ms. George. I might pass her and don't recognize her. and no promotion. But again, if you're trying to get into it, you jump in, you run, we know it's a money thing, we'll see what happens,
Is she from the St. Thomas St. John district or St. Croix?
I think she's from the St. John district.
no,
That's what I thought.
So that's the problem.
She came.
yeah,
Nobody knows who she is.
Yeah, that's the problem.
yeah, she could be from St. Croix also, but again, I don't know.
No clue. You know, prior to the ballot coming out, when I went to early vote, I was like, oh, somebody's running against Spencer on the
Well,
classes?
the delegate has actually ran a excellent campaign. She had reached out, she's been working, and if anyone is gonna mount a campaign against Delegate Nunn, they gotta have a huge budget, and they have to do a lot of groundwork, and this young lady here, no one's seen her, no one, I don't know if she even had a sound bites running, with any ideas or platform issues that she has, so that people can actually see where she's coming from. So I'll say Stacey Platts is definitely gonna blow that one out.
Is it
Yes. The delegate, have this.
You know, when we talk about who stands out as far as candidates, senators that are in incumbents plus those who are running, for me, I don't know. I have a problem with people who say they want to represent a district and you don't hear from them. I figure if you're running, you have to be like a year out, speaking like the opposition leader on the different issues as they come up. We have a WAPA issue, and I never hear your opinion or take on WAPA. We got GRS issue, I don't hear nothing as far as solutions or challenges. Same thing with education. You know, we going through this education thing, and I hear a lot of parents complaining about the poor internet service. You know, we have not, okay, school open, I have not heard anything from the Department of Education saying the first quarter, this is what happened. These are the challenges, these are the success, these are what we need to improve, these is how we're gonna adjust to help parents and students. Nothing. You understand? So, by not hearing things, you don't even know what's going on. I mean, the time will move so fast before you know it, it's Christmas, it's a new year.
See, Peter, you're trying to detract us from the direction.
Okay.
Stay
Okay.
on the track.
Well,
We will have a chance to talk
No.
about all of the issues because these issues are political.
No, but I'm just saying.
Let's continue with the
Okay.
promotion of themselves and where they are, because when you start
And where
those
am I?
issues, I may keep going. So we're looking at the candidates, and you mentioned the fact that, one of the things about running for office, where especially if you are running against an incumbent who is known, if you're an aspirant, you don't need to expend a lot of money, but you need to expend some time. And you need people to at least, even if they don't know who you are, they need to know your name. They need to be able to say, oh, that's the girl from Bournefield or from Monbijou who was talking about such and such. You know, that doesn't cost you that much to jump into somebody's conversation and get your name out there. Especially when you're an aspirant and, you know, as we see, that didn't happen with this case because most of us didn't have no idea who this young lady is.
And the reason I say that, right, my little take, and I could get carried away, is because if Ms. Carroll, if I run against you, me gonna come and play like you ain't there, you know. I gonna expose you. I want your chair. I want to chair the education commissioner or chairman, cause they ain't doing X, Y, Z. But when you're running and you ain't running against nobody or making nobody accountable,
Don't know who you are.
it's like then what seat you want? If they're doing such alright where you ain't criticizing, then hey, you ain't want no seat. You got to tell somebody they ain't doing the job and they gotta get up out that seat. That's my problem.
And that happens a case where a lot of times you will see a candidate, an aspirant will be running unopposed, like in the case of Senator Payne. On the ballot, he's unopposed, but I think I heard last week
that former Senator Cleon, Creaky is pushing for a write-in campaign. So, things like that need to be done in a timely manner, especially when you're at an age where
Exactly.
early voting was done. I mean, there are people out there who might have been very willing to give her that opportunity because we're pleased with what she did many years ago. But no one heard about it until recently, and most people had already voted. So you have to do some form of self-promotion.
Well, you see,
So that,
Sorry, I didn't cut you, but I don't think it's Farmer Senator Cleo Creaky Hatch. I think it's normally
Monsanto?
Monsanto. Is that her?
Not sure. Again, you could, if you could say why.
Because anyway, same thing as Ms. Carver said. And why spoke to some of the proponents of this writing campaign. If you're going to deal with a writing campaign, you need a real heavy educational campaign to let people know how to write in. Just that alone. You know, and even in the case with the former senator, I understand that she wasn't even aware of it. You see what I'm saying? But there's a slate out, and the problem is the slate also have a couple of the candidates also who's definitely registered to run. However, that campaign started like a few weeks ago. And you say it is have to be at least 6 months out. You know, if you
get his name out there.
If you seriously want to do that.
Well, you see, it's like that is happening simply because individuals have motive. Especially when you, like, to the tone of what you just said, that the candidate, writing candidate, this quickly wasn't aware of what's going on. So why would someone be putting her name on something and not making her aware of being right in? But again, go back to the party structure. That's a Democrat that was running in that position. And if another Democrat is going to be written in, again, we go back to the organization.
Mm-hmm.
It should be brought to the organization, and there must be a reason as to why another candidate from within the organization is running a write-in campaign against a candidate at a late time and period as this.
It is Lowly Monsanto.
okay. So things like, right now,
Okay.
we only have, right now, on the ballot, the official ballot had Center Payne, and there was write-in campaigns going on. For the regular St. Thomas St. John district, the incumbents, Marvin Blyden, Stedman Hodge, Dwayne DeGraff, Don Fred Gregory, Ethna Bobby Thomas, and Janelle Saru. Their seats, they're running, and we have all the aspirants who are trying to get their seats. Carla Joseph, to me, didn't put out as much energy this year as she did the previous election. The previous election, you saw her out, you heard her out there. This time, you just saw a poster or the sign on the street. We didn't hear from her as much as we heard in 2018. You know?
The candidate who's out there is Alma.
What?
Francis.
Well,
Francis,
I think Carla did a great job with her campaign personally. But you got to look at let's go to the polls, different polls that are being circulated. You got the UBI poll, who has majority of the incumbents going back into office. At the first poll, they had Alma running 5th. They just did a recent poll, and that recent poll, I guess that came up after the $15,000 raise issue, knocked her back to, I think she's now in that poll at 9th place. But the sentiment of the general public is saying, vote them all out. So, but why we're gonna vote them all out? I mean, look what happened last time around. We had so much candidates voted out, but there was very little experience within the institution. So you've been there, you worked there, you know what it takes. But one of the problems that I see that is happening that the organization have to do, which I did some time back, and Carol is a witness to this, about boot camps. the party needs to start training the members of this organization, and even the other parties. The other parties need to, so we can be able to, okay, what if we put these folks in and we decide we're gonna vote them all out? But then we bring in people that has no training, and who's gonna train? Who's gonna lead them? So we need to be putting candidates in office, that are going through this training process, that are ready to operate on day one.
And with that, we talk about when you step out for office, you put your name out there, you put yourself out there, promoting yourself wasn't happening. So for our St. Thomas, you know, we have the incumbents, and you know, it's normally really hard, unless an issue takes over, it's normally hard to replace an incumbent with an aspirant. So do we see any of these aspirants knocking these people out? Or we have an open seat.
Right.
So do we see anybody else being able to step in?
Well, as I said, when you're in this area, you have to be able to win it. And like my old friend said that Alisa Chucking Hansen used to say, people see how you campaign, they're gonna know how you work. You see what I mean? You need that energy. So people gonna know, okay, when this person get in, we're gonna have some energy in there. You understand? And for, that's what I mentioned, now you mentioned different polls and so forth. But again, the results come from, and you know well, boots on the ground, or that the strategy to come to deal with your voters and so forth. But then again, the Democratic Party itself has an infrastructure what ensures that the majority of the senators who elected will be Democrats. It's just baked in, you know, and that's why a lot of other parties can come forward. Now, and maybe that's why you have problem with the Democratic Party too, because you don't have no outside forces to compete.
But why?
You and I talk about it.
The question is
If
why?
you and I talk about it, I'm going to say, is the way.
Gentlemen, let's go back to the ballot real quick before we start.
District
Because
number 6.
we're going to have to transition back to another other program, but let's quickly try to see who else we have.
Programming note, ideas and issues will be starting on WSC in a minute.
Yes.
We're online, and we'll continue doing what we're doing.
Yes.
And thanks, and good luck to you guys. All right.
So,
My thing is, a couple candidates I was impressed with this time around. Alma Heiliger. Also, Stephen Smokey Fred. For a minute, I didn't hear enough from him. This time around, again, experienced people. And one of the things I admire about this brother here, some people are disappeared. This brother as a business person have never disappeared. He go through the licks like everybody else. He went through the madness with the restaurant, the COVID, all this type of stuff. But still there, you understand? And I feel when people get that kind of licks, you know what I mean? When they pay the dues, it's like you have something to offer. Because it's come like some of these people who ain't take no licks, they're so blind to the hot in mind. They can't identify how could they help? If you've never been through it, it's hard to transition from, okay, let me come and I could identify with you, I could sit with you, and we could share some experiences that might, hey, critique a bill that might help more than 10 people. You understand what I'm saying? So, we need people who have live experiences. I mean, everybody got their little experiences, but being a small business person in the Virgin Islands is tough because we don't support each other. And if you're successful in that arena, you gotta have some great qualities. You know what I mean? As far as just maintaining. So I was impressed with him. And another.
let's do it this way, because I think I'll be able to share. I'm gonna go down the list, and then you guys do the pros and cons of that person's campaigning.
Okay.
Okay, Senator Blyden.
Senator Blyden is a solid incumbent, and he has some experiences. I think this is going to be his fourth term, I believe. And he been out there. He's now considered a veteran, so he understands what's going on. So I think he should be one who should get back in.
Okay, as far as what we doing, saying
You're
who
going,
like the
you're talking, we're going,
Okay.
instead of, well, first we were like showing who will be our pick. We're
Yeah.
gonna go through each of the candidates, and we're gonna give our feedback on how we thought they did this campaign season. How they campaigned and what we predict would be,
Okay,
yeah,
we're
so.
good.
So you heard, to
Yeah.
talk about Blyden, what do you think about Blyden?
Oh, Senator Biden, as far as my experience and watching him, solid housing, those issues, and again, being the majority leader you know, but the problem I have too with, and not him, he's solid. I have no problem with
We
that.
focus on him right
Okay,
now.
we focus on him first.
We on him,
You
so
want
that
to
way,
choke up?
when you talk about him, I'm gonna keep y'all focused, I'm gonna treat them like they're my classroom. We staying on target, we're talking about Blyden
Okay.
right now.
He's my guy. I was in
So
support
you
of
have,
Senator
so
Biden.
your prediction for him is that he's
Is
gonna
that
do
he
well?
will be back in.
Okay.
Yes.
Baker?
I share the same sentiments as Sly and Peter. Blyden has been continuously running his campaign all year long. He has a regular radio show. He has been reaching back to the community. Whether it's good or bad, he's been reaching back, and he continue to work. So he's solid. It is up to the people.
And then one thing you talked about, the fact that he's continued his radio show, unlike, there are some people, you know it's election season, when all of a sudden you hear them on the radio, where they forget that during the year, an update, so, you know, and we go back to the Senator Berry, she was always a top vote getter, because she kept everyone informed about what she was doing all year long. You know, she was out there if you had a christening for your cat, she was coming. And Blyden reminds me of that. You invite Senator Blyden to anything, he's gonna show up. So that's one of the reasons he continues to get the votes, because people know that if they call him, he's coming. So, his campaign did not just begin at the opening of campaign season. Okay, Senator Stedman Hodge, Jr.
Stedman, I haven't heard too much. I guess that could be because of me. I'm kind of introvert kind of dude. But I haven't heard a lot in terms of campaigning from Senator Hodge. However, during his tenure, he been working on some legislation, you know, regarding GIS and other stuff. And based again, I have to see the turnout, but based again on how I see it, I think he'll be the one who will be able to hold on to his seat.
Peter? Stedman Hodge.
Okay, again, for the senator, not only him, but most of the senators, and again, like Tito was saying, the problem I have, again, not hearing from these senators consistently, taking a grandstand where you know for sure, hey, this senator represent XYZ. I didn't hear much about what he was pushing as far as his agenda, but if he's an incumbent, the possibility he could win. But hey, he could also be on the fence.
Baker?
I also want to share in on what Peter just said relative to Stedman not being out there all year long. You know, he is a member of the National Guards, so a lot of times he's not here in the territory. So I find that he hasn't moved too much in legislation within his first period like some of the other first timers. So to me he's borderline.
Like, for me, I didn't realize that he was still I thought for some reason at one point that he wasn't running at the beginning, until I started seeing the soup sales started, which was a little bit later. I didn't realize that he was in the race, because he wasn't out there. You weren't hearing, you know,
make sure you vote for Stedman Hodge until it started coming closer to election. If you want my vote, you need to be sucking up to me from early. You know.
Suck it up.
Suck it up, you got my vote. I got 7. There are a lot of people out there. You need to ask me for, and especially if you're incumbent, for me this year and last election, I wasn't pleased with our incumbents, so I was actively looking for a replacement. So with that being said, anyone who already holds a seat needed to woo me, could keep me on their side. Alright? Steve, we started talking about Smokey Fred. You know, Peter, you're a speaker. You didn't weigh in on Stephen Smokey Fred.
Smokey served one term as a ICM candidate. He continued to run. It puzzles me as to why, after so much time, that the general public, like they say here in the Virgin Islands, that you run a couple of times and the people give you a chance. So it's very puzzling to find out why haven't the public given Smokey a chance. In this commercial says, yes, I'm running again. So it must be something that he is not doing to take him over the hump. But hear this, in one of the polls, I guess he's been pounding. He has been campaigning. I think this is the hardest I've ever seen him campaign. This period. But one of the polls have got him on the radar. Got him on the radar in the 9th position, which I always consider between 10 and 7 in that cluster is his striking range. So he could be in striking range this time around.
Yeah, because he was out there. You heard him out there. He was actually trying to convince. I mean, I don't agree with everything he says, but he's out there promoting what he believes and wanting people to give him that opportunity.
Smoke is a very Virgin feature. That's why he keep on running all the time. You know, he really feels he has something to contribute. And I would joke in this analysis, you know.
I think he needs to do a different marketing strategy.
Well, I think he gonna win. That empty seat, I think that's his. You know what I mean? So I think he might get in, you know, as a 7th candidate. But yes. Next.
Dwayne DeGraff.
Oh, I think Dwayne DeGraff is a solid incumbent. He seems to be, and he seems to have some political instinct. He seems to balance votes and what have you. I think he should win to get in again.
I also agree, Senator DeGraff. He consistent, solid, from a home turf. I think he should be. He still might retain his seat.
Baker?
As I said before, relative to the same issue as to Stedman, he's an incumbent. You haven't heard nothing from him all year long. Maybe 1 or 2 little things he might drop in there. My name, do a naming of a street for someone. We don't hear from him all year long. We only hear from him during the campaign season. So I see him being very vulnerable this time around, based on the sentiments of what the people are saying relative to the work that the candidates are doing in this 33rd legislature. So he is in that cluster. He's down. He's the first poll had him in I think it was 8th position. The last poll brought him back up to 7th position. So he's within that cluster. There's a possibility he could be bounced out.
Now let me ask you something, Baker. You still wearing that hat?
Yes.
You sound like you're wearing the chairman's hat.
I'm thinking the same thing. I've been hearing stuff from Senator DeGraff show and I don't listen much because there's a retired cooler from these guys. But I've been hearing stuff from Senator DeGraff for the past 2 years, just to push back a bit.
But it.
I didn't, I said he's been in here and there. As an incumbent, I believe an incumbent, it's a 2-year job. We should be hearing from our candidates on a regular. We're hearing from all our candidates right now on a regular. Every day they're pumping. They're pumping thousands of dollars to talk about the stuff they are doing, their bills that they have moved. The only time we know of these candidates' bills being moved is during the last few weeks before
And
election.
you're speaking about the majority of them.
Majority
You
of
can't
them.
be speaking about the graph only.
Well, majority of them, we talk about
Okay,
him,
good.
and that's
Okay,
one of the
good.
instances.
No, we're going down the list, we're doing the
Good,
list, we're
good.
not
Once you
speaking in general, we're going down the list.
Once you clear.
So we're looking at, so I also was concerned about the promotion of Senator DeGraff self-promotion for for re-election, similar to Senator Hodge. They're in there, but you didn't hear, you weren't hearing, hey, I want this job back. You're not, I wasn't hearing it. I wasn't hearing the campaign conversations. I'm not just talking about the loudspeakers going down the street. You're talking about, grocery store conversation, vote for me, vote because I've done this, I want you to do this, I'm looking forward to doing this. I don't want to hear, I co-signed, I want to know what have you done? What are your intent, what did you not get done that you want to move forward? Things of that nature. So for he's similar to Senator Hodge with me. I wasn't sure that he wanted to go back in until almost the last 2 months. And even with that, I'm still not hearing, this past week, you heard more from Senator Hodge last month, but you didn't hear as much from Senator DeGraff. Ray Fonseca.
Ray Fonseca is out there, you're hearing him, but for some reason I don't think he's connecting with the majority of the public. So I think this is an ongoing, a work in progress. So I don't think he will get in this time.
Yeah.
I agree again. Messaging. For a newcomer, your message have to be simple, and you gotta just break it out to 1 or 2 say areas that good at, that you could articulate. And Mr. Fonseca, to me, is all over. But again, you could speak above the people, where the people don't understand you. And part of being a leader, you have to know when, okay, if we're going to talk about statistics, I got to break it down simple based on where I'm at, normally to the general public. But then when we get too highfalutin and we talking 1,000, 100,000, the average man, look, you're talking about money, you need a machine to count. The average man can't even calculate that. So when you're here, they say, the Virgin Islands got a $2 billion. It's like, duh, yeah, right. The people don't see it, can't comprehend. That's way over their head. Now, if you're telling people, look now, we're doing some improvement. Look at this area here we're working on, bam, they could identify. But again, a work in progress. If not this year, he still have a whole year or 2 to prepare himself.
Speaker?
Ray has demonstrated the blood at the tip of your tongue, really wanting to get this job. He has been campaigning for quite some time. But like Peter said, he talks a little bit sometimes above the head of the people. Ray has experience, he knows government, he understands government. I think to what Salaito said, he needs to make that connection. Similar to Smokey, he needs to find the right niche at the grassroots level that will be able to, so the local grassroots can buy in and moving forward. He's within, and the polls again, in the first set of polls, he was way out. In the last poll, they brought him back in, based on some of the things that he'd been saying as of late, he's within that cluster again, he's within striking range, he's not totally out.
And I think what happened, you're hearing him, you're hearing him, you're hearing people talk about him, you're hearing people talk to him. My problem with him, as I know him well, I worked with him at Gary Housing, but similar to his bid for lieutenant governor, a lot of talking, but you're not hearing the substance. So you're hearing the general statement, I wanna fix, I have a fix for GRS, but I don't expect, candidates tend to want to hold some of their things to their vest, but at least have a conversation about the formalities, the generalization of how you're planning to fix it, without giving the details. But he makes general statements, and to me, there's not enough substance. So he got the attention of a lot more people because he's out there, he's speaking to people, he's constantly stopping, and when you drive, you actually see him stop and hold conversation with people. He doesn't have any idea who they are, but he will talk to them and say, I'm running, and he's giving out his little cards or whatever he gives out, and he's telling them, consider voting for me. But then when you go in depth in the conversation, he loses a couple people. So, but like Peter said, he's a work in progress. If he continues, it's something he can do. You see, Dr. Frank Gregory.
Solid incumbent, solid candidate. Everyone knows of her. Everyone respects the legislation she proposes. I think she's one of the sure ones in this election.
Okay, we're taking a break. Oh Lordy, where's?
The only problem is, gentlemen, we're taking a break from the recording portion, but we're not breaking live. So we are so we're still having a conversation. So, but we still converse. But we're gonna get back in depth with the conversation. But we still are still live with our Facebook, YouTube.
What do you think our first set of results will be at?
Well, I saw they brought in some things, so we're monitoring it also on the screen, the Board of Elections, their offices, and they brought in some envelopes, but because
No results yet.
No, there were no results come up yet. They've taken them they had them on the table, and then they disappeared. So the process at the election office, I'm not truly familiar with. So I know they verify them, and then I'm not sure how the counting is actually done. So, we're waiting, but she's pulling the microphone, so it looks like she's about to give some results. They have the lock bag, so we're waiting for the first of the results, because it's 8:30, so historically, around this time, we start getting the smaller polling places. We normally get the Sibley's and the other areas where at around 8:30. So if they had, I did not hear of any late starts today. Were there any delays in any of the polling places? So if everybody started on time, we should. So.
So I wanna touch back to what we were talking about. I'm 100% for the reapportionment, and I've draft a document for reapportionment. I've shared it, but the problem with that is they are afraid. But I got a candidate that's coming in this time around.
All I thought.
That's gonna champion this reapportionment.
I also, because the reapportionment will speak to even political parties.
But again, even with that, you gotta start, it's all marketing.
Well,
You can't want people to sign up for nothing that they don't know about. Who's gonna fund, what kind of funds you have? To say we're gonna market and educate the people, so when they go to confident in whatever decision they want to make, I find that to be a problem.
Peter, here's how that started, no problem, because it starts at the legislature level. And like that individual Salahito, along, if I was there, the district, along with the party, because it's a party, item, along with the party, will begin the series of town halls. We have 2 years. 2 years to educate properly. Look at to go Peter saying, look at the referendum.
Yeah, we didn't even get to that yet.
Yeah,
That's
we haven't, we
important
ain't get
thing.
there, we ain't get there yet, that's another conversation.
And that's a very important.
That's coming.
Yeah, but that's what we really part.
You see, it's about education, it's about education. And I have a plan, we have a plan. But it's just to get these senators to buy in.
Well,
You
the
see
thing
some-
that we talked about earlier.
Well, sometimes that's what they don't like me, because when I see that they're not buying in, you gotta sometimes X them out in order for this thing to move forward. But you still gotta have that cluster that's moving forward with you in a majority number.
You see, and as I mentioned before, the Democratic Party have the overwhelming majority. However, you have Democrats in the minority. So that seems to show that within the party there is a real within the party there is divide in terms of policies, maybe a lot of it is personalities,
It's a divide period.
Yeah, but the point I'm making regarding reapportionment will help the party, and this people don't understand though, will help the party to get more solid, loyal representatives, because it's now, how it is now, yes, you get a majority, but you're fighting among each other.
But you see, that happened because, let me tell you why that happened, Sly, you know why that happened? That happened because of the leadership of the organization not following, because Sly, it is very easy to control, you know why? And Carol is part of an organization. If you follow the rules of the organization and you have the lead of the organization operating according to the rules and doing the sanctioning and all the necessary items based on the rules, you control your organization. I'll give you a perfect example. You have a majority of Democrats in the legislature with an independent candidate in it. According to the rules of the party, that is a violation. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a violation. Here's what happened. We moved a motion in a TC meeting to sanction the individuals who went along with that program. The motion moved and carried, but guess what? The state chair wouldn't execute it. Who is that? But then look what he turns around and do. He get with the titular head. He got with the titular head.
Of the party, right?
They
Of the party.
Huh?
The titular head of your party.
Of the party. They got together, hold an illegal meeting, and claim that they are removing the sanction. Total
Now,
violation.
and then, okay, so, but we, and one of the conversations where, one of the directions in this conversation, it further will divide the party. And that's one of the things we're gonna try to focus, so we're gonna try to focus on the present election. And maybe another time we'll actually hold a conversation about party unity.
Okay.
And
We record again or we continue?
well, we always live. We are live. We've been live. You're
So
not
we
off of
continue
live.
with the list or we wait?
Yeah, but we
record?
for the list.
No.
Wait for us to
Okay.
come back.
Yeah, we're not gonna cut you the list. We're still live.
So all discussion,
but-
we just say we stop it.
Yeah, but but
Okay,
because we're
okay.
because we're live and we're trying to foster unity and consideration. I mean, no, we have to make sure that we draw. It's okay to draw attention to the wrongs while you bring forth a suggestion for correction. That make sense?
But the rules are the correction.
Yeah. So
The rules are the correction. If you follow the rules,
And then
you don't have a problem. Once you don't follow the rules, there will be a problem.
So And that's something that can and should be done in-house.
It's within the organization.
So,
It's
yeah,
within the
so
membership,
that's- yeah.
and once that is done within the membership, we will be able to bring a
so
good product
that's-
out to the public.
Yeah, so that's something that needs to be handled, and dealt with, and should be brought to the attention of all the registered Democrats.
Everybody should be
so,
aware
yes.
of that, because
So,
eh,
but that's.
what does that do?
Yeah, so, but that's.
Because those are the registered Democrats are the ones that are voting for us to take
So,
office.
and that's one of the things we have to do. So there's some discussion being had at the Office of Election,
7 minutes.
but they
Six.
have not shown the conversation is happening. But we're looking at some of the results for the presidential election. Although we don't vote in that election, the results of that election is going to affect us.
That's another thing again.
Affect us something terribly.
We can vote,
As
we
we,
can give the.
as we move to making these decisions and sharing the decisions locally, we also have to make sure that somewhere along the line we share with our family and friends on the mainland how important it is. Cause I'm still surprised at how many, with an election like this, that we thought that everybody totally understood the severe need, that we still have people who opted not to vote. And that's.
Well, we have stepped this thing up, even locally, we have stepped this thing up. And I think with the campaign, nationally and locally, the numbers have grown. This presidential race is a historic, race. This between the early voting and today, we have brought our numbers up as well. So, the people are voting, we still gotta continue the education process. And doing the things that you see they were doing nationally to get the voters out. A perfect example is, where's the campaign from the senators, relative to, registering, new members in the community or town hall meetings to entice people to come out and vote, addressing the masses of the 33,000 Democrats in this community who are registered at the Board of Election, but are not coming out in 33,000 and voting on a primary or a general election. So again, we still need to do more education.
And that's definite, and the fact that when you had the numbers, and that was a conversation from the 2016 and 2018 election where you had so many registered voters who were not coming out to vote, the numbers did not match. So the question was at that time, where's the outreach? Who was reaching out to these people to see their disconnect between the voting process and the fact that they went out, they registered. Some of them, they registered as soon as they turn 18, some register because it's a requirement if you're male, some register because it's a privilege after naturalization, and others register to get an ID card at 18, because those are some of the things that when you talk to my students, those are some of the things that they bring up. But then they have the card, but they never felt the desire to exercise the right for which they registered.
Because Carol, again, we go back to the senators, who are not reaching out to them, who are not creating the programs for those young people to get involved, for employment, or even taking up the opportunity for the economic gain or being a part of the process. And youth commission, you have a youth commission that's moved, but it's not funded. Why move something and you don't provide the funding? So now that is something that we talk about, crime. If back in the day, Peter, back in the day, we all did some type of shop, we did some type of work, we were always involved with something to keep us from being idle. So that's one of the things the Department of Education as well needs to get with the administration and make sure that through the education, that these this youth commission is already passed, so why aren't the people being put in place to operate and bring it to fruition?
You mentioned that it doesn't have any funding.
That's what they said.
Well, that's in legislature again. It's the legislature who funds these programs. So we go right back again and have to ask.
So why are you passing something or reactivating,
So they could say,
a
They
function?
did something.
you did something.
Right.
And the conversation occurred, what's the purpose of creating a bill without a funding source, knowing that it's just gonna sit there for a long period of time? Just to say you have something with your name on it. A couple
and-
years ago, during, when we did our campaign for AFT, we would bring out, we did the report cards, we did how many bills a particular senator, and I thought about doing it this year. Well, actually, I did it last year, the 32nd, and I started in 33rd. It was disappointing, you know.
Well, we did that, we
And
did that on our
there's,
show.
there's nothing there, they don't have anything for the 2 years or the 4 years that some people have been employed. They've literally brought forth nothing. You know, so you're sitting there being paid to bring out one thing for discussion. 2 of them brought out for a bill for something that was already, one was already passed many years ago that was sitting idle in the books. And another one, something that was discarded like 8 or 9 years ago. So again, you know, and then just so that in the 32nd, 33rd legislature, you have something next to your name, a bill number, and then others bring forth a bill and then you vote for it and you get people to agree and you, then it's signed by the governor with no money to implement it. So it's gonna be something else that sits on the side.
But this is where you're getting the sentiments of the public, vote them out.
Well,
That's why you're hearing the public saying, vote them out, for those simple reasons.
well, guess what? My issue as far as, how many bills have been passed? One, that's not a good bill. And if you ain't get no money, it's not a good bill. But you see again, when you hear the guys and they come out and campaign, I did this bill, I co-sponsored. But hey, that's the end of it.
How good is it?
No results, no results. You understand? And this is the problem why we have high crime. This is why we have high pressure. People stressed out. Why? And it's so strange. They fail to say, well, hey, look now. I have to give credit to Miss Carol and her bill because I see the same picture and we could bill on it and whatever. It's like nobody gives people credit. Everybody wants to be this, I did this, and it's not so.
But I want to talk on something else. I want to talk about, I heard in the conversation about jobs and bringing back people away from this, bringing back Virgin Islands to the territory. What about all these college grads that are graduating here on island? What are we doing to provide jobs and business opportunity for them? Rather than going and flying in someone, having to house them and pay them high salaries, what are we doing for these college grads here in this territory who are graduating every year,
Chasing
who are
them
going
off.
to business school? What are we doing for them?
Chasing them off.
Wait, again,
I just when you say chasing them off, meaning chasing them off, why aren't we doing what can we do to save that generation and save?
Employ them.
Well, but precisely my point.
Yeah.
How do we employ them?
And then that's something that the concept, and that's what we were talking about before. If you, and the BVI does it, Grenada does it, and
Correct.
I know I can speak to these
They
because I
send them
actually
when
work
they have a
with
job
them.
when they come back.
They pay for them to go to school, and they guarantee them 5 years employment. You're contracted for 5 years. You're guaranteed to give the government back 5 years. In that 5 year period, you're working with the experience experienced veteran worker, so you're learning the skill, you're getting the experience, you're providing the service, and the other workers are getting that support. So it's a win-win on all sides. The younger worker is getting the experience and they've gotten their education paid for. The department, the office, the employer is getting the labor that's needed. But here, we tell our children, take out a loan, and the parents take out a loan and send them to school. They come back home, or they go to UVI, they get the degree, they do well, and then they sit down and they're waiting for a job, they're looking, actively seeking a job, can't find a job, end up taking something on the side that nothing to do with the money that they spent to go to be educated. And then after 2 years of frustration, they get on a plane and they go elsewhere. So that's what we've been doing for our youth.
Yeah, it's an all hands on deck type of thing.
Yeah, I'm online.
Because the issue with what they say with the diversifying of the economy is not just in the hands of the legislative branch. It's also the executive branch. The legislative branch is supposed to set policies to help foster the diversification of the economy, bringing in certain businesses and what have you. The executive branch also has to be going out there, looking for investors, looking for people who will come in, negotiate with them, and find ways for them to bring them into to bring in different businesses to employ people. But again, it has to be a situation where we have to bring in more monies into the coffers. The problem with the legislature for the past few years, when they're speaking about revenue generation, they're always talking about taxes and fines and so on like that, right? What has to be done is that the legislature have to find industry, create situation where certain industries could come in again, and then the executive branch is supposed to go out there and attract these people to come in. So it's a comprehensive move, because the issue is getting money into the treasury of the Virgin Islands. So all people could go here, they could find a job, and they could get paid for those jobs. And another thing too, the thing with our students learning and going to school, they have to be inspired to use their degrees to create businesses, not to come and work in government.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And that's why it's a comprehensive approach, because you have to find ways of creating private sector businesses and industries.
But you know, everywhere else, this is what they do. They work for government until they are prepared to move into private industry. And here in our territory, it's the opposite. They work private until they get an opening in the government. But you go to any of those other countries, those Caribbean countries, everybody, the government work is a temporary stepping stone until they move into private industry, whether it's their own or they work for somebody else. Whereas here we are the polar opposite. Everybody works for private industry until they find an opening in the government.
And then go to school to work for the government.
Yeah, so the government employees know that. That's why, like in BVI and in Grenada, they give them that 5-year contract. You have to work for the government for 5 years because we pay for you, and that way every 5 years you get turned around, and then you're free to go work for who you want to. Whereas our children go to work and pay their own way, go work for the private industry and then come and get a job in the government when they're older.
So a program like that is working in our neighboring island. Why can't our legislature adopt that along with the administration and put that to work? But the other thing, Slido, is you have the EDC companies. The EDC companies are coming in here and they're bringing in people from the outside. Why aren't they hiring local people to work here locally?
That's the problem.
They haven't been
And the process as well, for the young entrepreneurs, the process for them to open their own business, the red tape is so high to be able to obtain a license and to go through the process for them to be able to open a business. So we need to be more business friendly as far as the process.
Look now, one of the things, my biggest thing is lack of training. It's like, okay, if we train in certain basic areas, you understand, then when a new company coming in, they can't tell us we don't have qualified individuals. You understand? We can't be waiting to say, well, okay, hey, guess what? This business might come in. We have to train like they come in and train even to prepare to build our own stuff. But if we train in people, right now, we say we need new hotels, we need new this, that. We're not training people to be ready for this job. So like if a company says like, I need 50 employees or potential employees, we have a list of 250, you understand, that you could choose from. But train.
But Peter, that's what we have the university for. These things are happening there. Don't say that we are training. A lot of kids are going to school and getting these different hotel training.
That's now, because
Huh?
that's just in recent history. When Peter, cause I will tell Peter, that's something that actually started to happen within the last 5 years. They have started those programs so that when the hotels open up, we have the workforce here. It wasn't like that 5 years, more than 5 years
Yeah,
ago.
but it's like that now,
So
and
it's that now,
nothing
so
is
it's-
happening.
So, but right now, we
You
gotta
understand what I'm
stop,
saying?
but even, and it goes back to what Tito was talking about, no, somebody talked about the EDC companies at one period of time, they were required to do certain things, but then nobody enforced it. The only one I remember is after Hess, the other, whoever kicked up after that, they did open up that school, they did partner and open up that school that taught the welding, they trained those young men to go to work at Hess. They had that school that was off of the highway, and they created that school for the welders and for the fitters and for those guys who worked in those departments within the refinery.
Are we back?
And so those are some of the things that were required by most EDC, but they were required to, one, hire, and two, train. If you have certain positions that the workforce isn't there, you were supposed to train so that someone locally can take over. But nobody enforced it. So those are some of the things when we talk about the same thing, create a bill with no enforcement, it's going to be stagnant.
Alright, are you 1 minute here? Cause I'm gonna put 2 cards in, 1 card in already, so you can tell me so good hour plus. But y'all get ready? I need water, anything everybody
Yes.
good?
Yeah,
Shake
yeah.
off for yourself, cause what you gotta do, cause we getting ready.
But when the damn thing, when they
No results yet, they're working on it.
So when you come back to the, you are at.
We're done at, we're
Donna
starting
Fred.
for Gregory here.
Donna
Right.
Fred, go straight down, keep your energy up, keep it moving. That's all I 1 minute. No, go back.
No?
Go back, we gotta restart.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, so, you know, so we have to look for,
So I come in, until I went.
we have to look for that enforcement. Cause every EDC beneficiary packet requires them to hire a particular percentage of local. And I think they changed it now where they've incorporated the word managerial also, or whatever level employee, because in the past they would hire all the scrubs and then brought all the management came, the supervisors came from away.
There are requirements for the management.
So now they have put in the language now where they have to have some upper management that has to be local. And as you do that training, then you're creating opportunity, if you are trained, for when they phase out, that we can continue and create that technical job. And in the past, and we also, people don't support each other here, we hold our skills close to our vest. We don't want, and that's something that's been historical. People don't like to train other people because they automatically assume that they're trying to take their job.
That's people who are insecure.
But that's a good high percentage of our people. They don't train, they don't cross-train. They don't want to train the young buck that comes into the office because they automatically assume
Yeah, the
he
word
got
you're
into my
using-
job.
Yeah, the word you're using, they don't want. If there's a policy that's in place to develop our own from a managerial perspective, it should happen. It's not what they want to do. That's a part of the program. But I wanna touch on something. Let me say we got $4 billion $4 billion already spent on housing, and another $4 billion to spend. Where did that $4 billion go? We still got blue tops on our roofs here. Where are the construction companies, the influx of construction companies involving the local labor force here to develop these buildings and repair these buildings? What's going on with that?
You know, we were speaking about funding for the past.
From the Housing Finance Authority. From the Housing Finance Authority, I heard the lady came on the radio and said that they have already spent, they got $4 billion from Congress, $8 billion from Congress after the hurricane.
For housing only?
They got $8 billion. They have already spent $4 billion.
On housing only?
No one knows.
Okay, that's the question. That's the question you're posing.
They've contracted out, if we're talking about housing, they're doing the replacement homes, they're building, they're funding for, they're building, they started those buildings across from Loveland.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so some of that funding went to those projects, because it's into building replacement homes. So some of that money has gone there. They have their housing is spending some of that money. They have their own budget that coming to replace, rebuild those houses, those public housing homes. So I don't know about it all being spent, but I know that I heard, one of the reports that they were spending money because they are right now about to do the demolition of Tutu High Rise. That's already been contracted out. They've done a lot of they've spent a lot of money on the cleaning up of the area. I can't remember the name of those apartments that built across from Loveland. They're, I think, 80% complete. I think they're getting ready in the early part of 2011. That's another 100 and something units that are supposed to be available. So I know that's where some of that money went, for building affordable housing.
Well, listen, we need repairs. A lot of people, we're in hurricane season, a lot of people's roofs are still off, and that should have already been taken care of.
But I don't think that funding that they're talking about from Housing Finance was not for replacement, rebuild.
Yes, it was.
I'm not sure about,
yes, it was. A lot of them funding was for repairs as well.
Well, I'm not sure.
You know, a lot of people, you know, one of the problems I'm hearing from a lot of the constituents that are coming to us and saying that they can't get appointments for them to come out and inspect their property. One lady, I met her in Office Max the other day, and she said our place has been leaking for over 2 years. She had to go to a senator the other day, and when she went to the senator, is the only reason why she was able to get some sort of results.
And that goes back to the conversation we're having with Senator Thomas about what is the requirement, and we talk about people complain about the senators and the funding and their pay, but when everybody who wants something done calls the senators to look into it or to do it, whereas we don't have city councils, we don't have mayors, we don't have all those other layers of politics in the territory. We have one-stop shop. Everything goes to the legislature building. So she has an issue with a leak in her home, and who does she end up, when she can't get a call through to those persons, they call the legislature. So that's when when we talk about, and you hear people talk about our senators are overpaid and our senators, we need part-time senators like the mainland. I'm like, if you had part-time senators, who are these people going to go to? These people call these senators at 11 o'clock at night. You can't go to the grocery store, you can't go to church, you can't go anywhere without somebody pulling up a senator and asking them what are they gonna do about the issue that they're having. But if you were to go to a part-time Senate, when will that ever get done? If that is the medium that they use to get things done in our community. So imagine if they decide, okay, we wanna move to a part-time Senate, what happens then? People make they make comments and search for decisions without thinking about the repercussion. And comparing with other places.
So I gotta expecting about the $85,000 salary for.
Well, I just touched on because the fact that he was talking about, he was still having a discussion about the millions of dollars that housing, that they got from the federal housing program. And I said, I know some of it was going to those new homes that they're building. He said he knows that some money should have gone to repairs. I said, I'm not sure, but I know all funds can't be commingled. Some funds are directed for particular projects.
Yes, that's right.
So then he said one lady was complaining about a leak, and she said she had to go to a senator, and if she hadn't gone to a senator, he helped her get it resolved, and so we are back to the conversation we were having
And that
before.
shouldn't be
That's what
Yeah,
she had a leak, where she lives? She lives in housing, she lives in a private.
a home with a leak
But in the Bronx
because
area.
it hadn't been
Oh,
fixed.
so is in public housing
Yeah.
you're speaking about?
Oh, I thought you were in a home that needed repair from.
So, okay, so now this is very
that's a
specific.
different, yeah.
So now,
That's
if she's
Mr.
working,
Graham,
if
that
she's
was the
living
senator.
in a,
But it's on
if
the
she's
Housing
living in a
Finance
community.
Authority as
No,
well?
Bergstrom is not for housing finance.
Yes, it is,
No.
under the housing program.
Housing authority is a total different vehicle than housing finance. Housing, VIHA, Virgin Island Housing Authority, that's a program that comes under, just basically for low income. Housing finance works with mid-income and home ownership. They don't have the low income homes.
Whichever
They do.
one.
So, but yeah.
She was supposed to go to that agency.
She went to
The
the
main,
agency.
the maintenance, division.
She went to them, and that's what I'm telling you, she got the beginning to run around for 2 years. So she had to go to a senator.
Yeah, so
you
then the
know.
senator had to go back and.
The senator went to the same people who she was going to and got results.
Okay, so that's what they're there for. You see, and that's what they represent the people.
Well,
You know,
we
you know.
respect that, I respect that.
And,
But it shouldn't be
and
happening that way.
No, but she went through the process.
Yeah.
She did go through the process.
For 2 years, you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, she did go through the process.
Yeah.
So she ended up going to the senator.
Right.
And the senator in turn, their
And
responsibility is then to
But
put forward oversight and deal with
results
them.
during the process should happen for a tenants who are paying their rent.
Yeah.
There should be results. They shouldn't have to go to resort to a senator when they have a responsibility to the tenants.
That's true. But the point again is that it was kind of broke down in their responsibility. So her other option was to go to her
Well, I
representative.
understand, and that's a solution, and that's a recommendation that I.
So we're speaking in terms of what the responsibility of a senator.
So, and that's why I went with the fact that everybody clamoring for part-time senators.
But I'm telling you, responsibility of the
never has been able to
agency
be done.
is damaging the tenants.
We are not denying that. That's obvious from how you explained it. But since we're speaking about senators, that's just so another. That's also I mentioned before that the past laws, they don't do that every day. The appropriate fund, they don't do that every day. They pass the budget, they don't do that every day. But on a daily basis, they have to deal with the constituents. You see, they don't fix the leak, but they can put pressure on the agencies and so forth who's supposed to fix the leak.
I want to talk about something else.
Okay.
I want to talk about what about all these abandoned and buildings that we have in the territory, even from the government perspective. Look at the old district court, the old police annex. Why? I mean, it's on and on and on. Why aren't these buildings being repaired? Why can't they partnership with private? Since those buildings are just staying there and decaying, and eventually will be falling down on residents when they walk by. Why can't the government partner with?
I can speak to some of that because we had a forum on that a couple of years ago. Some of those buildings are historic. One, so there's certain things that can be done and cannot be done. Others, I know at one point they were looking at. Some of them have one. I think one of them had asbestos in it, and they were trying to figure out how to deal with it without compromising. And then I don't know what happened after that. I'm just saying, we were talking about that. So a lot of these buildings are historical because they were reformatted for government use from the original. So when you talk about partnering, you're talking about a large influx of funds that at the present time when you're battling for funding, so one of the things was when they were doing the economic zone, that's why they were looking at trying to repurpose some of those buildings in town. And that's why a couple of them, you see, they have done it with a few buildings. And as far as the timing, I mean, why it's taking so long, but I do know because and the only reason I know is because we had this discussion when we were doing the historical trust at one period of time, and they were trying to talk about some of these buildings that were becoming an eyesore, and they considered them potentially dangerous, because at any given time, a strong wind, what the gentleman said, one strong wind and these bricks are going to come down on somebody passing. And then the gentleman was like, in actuality, that would probably never happen, but safety concerns as is, but we want to be able to save these buildings, because in most communities, the history is in the property. And that's what we want to maintain that, so that it's something for us to have, and it requires funding.
And you see, look at what you're speaking about, right? Regarding even the issue with the historical structures. As you mentioned, there are certain procedures you have to do in dealing with the historical structures. But deal with the thing with this and fix the structures. You see, and that's why my whole thing is that we don't have this national pride, this kind of thing we're Virgin Islands at first. You go to any place, you understand what I'm saying? Any place, they won't have their historical place in this thing, because it's part, they understand it's part of their tourism product.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what they do?
We're gonna get back to this conversation. We're gonna, because this is something that's a really burning issue for our community. But right now, we're gonna get back to our conversation because we're back into the programming, our conversation of the candidates. We stopped at Senator Donna Gregory, and we're doing the same thing. We're gonna talk about what she was doing, how we view her campaign for 2020, and what do we think her chances are, and how do we see, what predictions we have for her for this 34th legislature.
And Senator Fred Gregory is, to me, one of the more solid incumbents. You've been hearing about her through the tenure, whether it was controversial, what all of us who in public relations know, whether it's controversy or positive thing, at least you're getting your name out there, you know? And she have been doing that, and she's been passing legislation and coming out and letting the people know what she's been doing. She's one of the few incumbents I've actually been hearing from and hearing about. And for my stance, I think she's a solid sure thing for this election.
Peter?
Senator Fred Gregory, again, have passed close to 20 bills that she have, so she again, a front runner in the last election. I think she'll be up there and will be back in the Senate.
Baker?
Over the series through the primary, we at the district were able to vet all our candidates as far as their bills and accomplishments. Senator Fred Gregory surpassed all the candidates in moving legislation in her first term. So, and she continued to do outreach. She started off in a very good position from the inception of the legislature. There was a rumbling within the organization that moved her out of that position that she was holding first. I still don't understand why that happened, but she is solid, and she's looking pretty good. She's been holding a position in the polls in the #1 slot in all the polls that I've seen. So she stands a very good chance of retaining her seat.
How do you guys think she did as far as campaigning? for the 2020 cycle? Did you see her out there?
She was out there. She has a strong ground team. What I like about her, she's on the ground. You see her whistle stopping throughout the neighborhood with her team. You see her. She is on the ground in the neighborhoods and reaching out. She's doing the COVID. She has held based on the COVID situation. She has held several fundraising activities like food sale and breakfast sale in the drive-through fashion. So she has been reaching out and touching the people.
You see how strength, as I mentioned, it's important to campaign during the election, but your best campaign is during the year. And that's why I mentioned she's been out there, whether it's controversial stuff or legislation, she's been out here doing what she's supposed to do. Now, from my standpoint again, her campaign during the election might not be as, she's out there for sure, but it's not, might not be as high and as intense as other candidates. But her work, her body of work during her tenure, have her in a solid position.
And I'm kind of, because as a girl, I am a little disagree at the last portion. Because one of the things, she did what, I think she was the only candidate I saw this year that did an old-fashioned campaign strategy. You know, what are some of the things that most politicians did when it was campaign time?
A rally on the corner?
They did some did rallies, but what did almost every politician used to do back in the day that would keep their name out there?
Town halls. Town halls. She did virtual town halls.
That's not what I'm thinking.
Well, say it. Say it. What it is.
Giveaways. She's one of the few candidates that has something tangible that is sticking around. You go into the store, you see somebody with a what? Donna 2020 bag.
Yeah.
I saw so many of those bags last week.
So what are you saying? That is a good campaign?
Yeah, because I mean, that's something that they did in the past, years ago. You know, everybody had bags, t-shirts, pencils, things that it kept a tangible reminder of the person. And that's something that I didn't notice from any other candidate.
Well, Blyden does that. Blyden always do that. Blyden
Okay.
give away.
I didn't see. That's what I said. I didn't see anybody
Blyden
else
give away.
this year.
Blyden was in I was in the other day giving away boxes of food.
Yeah, he was giving away the Trump thing.
He has t-shirts. He give away pencils. He give away.
I didn't see that.
Bags.
See, I didn't see any bags with Blyden's name on it.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, but I'm saying,
he did it every season.
I just happened to see this past couple weeks. Every time I turn around, I saw this bright orange Donna 2020 bag.
So you disagree with that she does not have a
That you said you didn't see her out there that much. You didn't see her push out.
Well, again, I am very introverted too.
I think like I seen what's stopping on the different corners and the different.
I saw
at the different intersections.
I saw somebody else do that. We'll get to that person in a little while. You know, I saw that. That's another thing that people don't do much. But I saw two other candidates, and we'll talk about that. But I was just saying that when they thought about campaigning, I remember last week just seeing these bags. So people are going to remember that name as they pass through. After Bobby Thomas.
After Bobby Thomas is a good friend, a good friend of mine. To me, he started kind of slow, kind of quiet in the early part of the tenure. But seems like although he's very knowledgeable about the institution, we all know that he could be knowledgeable of the institution, but the office of senator is a totally different animal. So he felt his way through a bit, and I think he got his bearings, and he's doing much better, and I think Bobby should be able to hold on to getting again.
Peter?
Senator Thomas, he was just here with us earlier. Again, steady and low key, not any big grand announcement, excitement. So, if you ask me what, tell me something that Bobby Thomas did, off the top of my head, ain't there. But the brother's been consistent as far as during his campaign, his messaging, and I don't be up there, but I think he'll retain his seat.
Baker?
But Bobby has a lot of years of experience of the institution, and I was really looking for more of him coming out in terms of moving tangible legislation on behalf of the people. In the interviews that I had with him, he had a few acts that he moved, but not enough. Based on the experience that he has a truck that comes out every campaign that parks strategically in different locations. I think his ground game and public relation and marketing strategy, some stuff he did on social media, but for the grassroots, I didn't see enough. But I think he would still prevail. I believe that people, he ran some 3 times before. We asked people to give him a chance. They gave him a chance, and I think they're going to give him another chance to see if he steps up his game this time around.
I think the same thing where he, as a freshman senator, I think you know the term, like, play along to get along.
Yeah.
That's kind of where my mind was with him. He didn't make too many waves. He just basically sat back and when he was doing his interview with us, he did say he tried to maintain integrity. He tried never to disrespect anybody. So he basically, to me, he was a little laid back. But as far as campaigning, he had an audio campaign. You heard it, not just this last few weeks. During the course of from the beginning of the election season, you heard the sound bites coming out. So it wasn't like the ones who you're hearing this week that you didn't hear before that come out at quality hours at night. He was out there from earlier. Alma Frances Heiliger.
As I mentioned before, of all the candidates, because I think she had the most intense and far-reaching campaign going on. She has a lot of energy in it. She's also somebody who works in legislature, understands the protocols, the processes and so forth. She knows how to articulate the issues and what have you. Again, she's an independent candidate. This is about either a third try, I believe, third or fourth try, and she going all out. And based on that, and again, I have to personally, I don't know how the turnout is, but based on that, I think she could be on the bottom echelons of it, 6, 7.
Peter?
Alma Frances Heiliger. I love her energy. I love her messaging. And I think she might be successful this time around. We giving Ali a chance to get a 1 empty seat. You know what I mean? So, but I think she have a chance to be a new freshman senator coming in this time around.
Baker?
Alma understands and is working within the institution and understand the makeup of the institution, how the institution operates. Alma has been running for a few years now. I find that Alma has reached out vastly throughout the social media and reaching out this campaign around. But I find that, I could be wrong, but I think Alma is basically a shy person. And when I say that, because her game is not touching on the ground. she's not grassrooting enough in meeting the people. She's basically social media, radio. She's not grassrooting. I haven't seen her in the time that she's been running. I haven't seen her go within the neighborhoods and reach out in social programs within the community. She talks the game, but that's what I believe she's missing. That she's a disconnect with that market, and I believe that's the reason why she hasn't prevailed over the years. Due to the COVID happening at this time, might have waved her a little bit. In the first poll, she came in 5th. The last poll, she pulled out. She's within the cluster. She's still within striking distance. She might have an opportunity.
My sentiments are similar, where she didn't, to me, she's maintained her radio presence for the entire time she's on, like some candidates who just start buying radio time as they get close to election season. She's consistent. She just has a radio program with the issues, the political issues all year long. But there's still too many people who don't know Alma Francis Heiliger. You know, and I'm concerned. I told her, expressed a concern last time, that you don't let people know who you are and that you're running. You know, she attended my church and she sits there and everybody greets her every day, and had no idea that she was the Alma Francis Heiliger running for Senate. I had to one time tell her she needs to go up and greet and speak to the people. So the minister called, because people come to our church every year to campaign. And she's been sitting in our church for years, and I'm like, you're a member, and nobody knows that you're running, because they just know you as a young lady with a husband and the child in the church. And I'm like, go speak, you know? So she speaks well, and she has the issues down pat, and she has some solutions, but the people who need to hear it don't get to hear it, because everybody's not tuned into that one station.
Again, you know what happens to most candidates that I find? When we go into court, we need a lawyer.
Campaign manager.
When we running, or individuals running for office, they have a campaign manager. What they don't have is a marketing director. All that we talking about that these candidates are not doing, you're not marketing yourself. You understand? And that's part of why you see some good people never win.
They fall short.
It's about marketing. And I always tell people, you have to invest in yourself. If you don't have a plan to say, look, we started 6 months out, a year out, and I'm gonna gradually introduce myself to everybody out there, so you could get to know me. You could hear how crazy I is, you could hear whatever. This is me, and I want your support. The last minute rush, the overload of campaign thing with people repeating more, so that's the same thing. It's like a turnout. You ain't selling me no hope. You can't say much in 5 minutes. You can't say nothing in a minute, other than your name, your tag, and where you live. So, it's about understanding. I have to be able to come and go and, if I want to be a leader, say I go into the homes, and I set up with the people under the social people. I want to come in and speak to these elderly people. And you go in and you share your message. This is how people get to know you. Same thing like this Carl was saying, if you go to the church, you understand? Ask for a minute to speak to the people. Because again, it takes a combination of us in different areas to be successful. And they don't do that. And it's like, try to convince me, I run into you and you try to vote for me. For what? You know what I mean? What could you tell me I must vote for you for? You understand? They're not, and again, everybody talk, we're going to deal with a WAPA situation. And I say, I want them to understand what's happening. The WAPA situation is tied into FEMA and that money. That money is like I write you a check and I give it to you. And you deposit it. So we don't have no other plan. We don't have no plan when it comes to so it doesn't have a plan. You have to embrace the plan and work with it. Whether it's rebuilding and whatever, but hey, this beating up on WAPA and not trying to tell the people relax. We're going through a phase of rebuilding. The money's there, but again, it will take time to do the structure and all that's required. And again, we have to find ways in holding people accountable. What's the timetable that is supposed to get the plans up with this? And how could you use some of the money maybe, if you're doing a 5-story building, just do 4. And the rest, give the people them back some money or give them a break. You understand what I'm saying? It's a give and take situation. And I see the people frustration come from not getting that break. But knowing you have all this money and it's a slow process.
And that's the things that we have to I'm not sure, and like you said, campaign management is important, because some of our candidates, the aspirants, I don't think they understand that. Like, yes, you have great thoughts and you might make the best senator or the best politician, but if you don't have somebody doing the work for you, that's why campaign managers make or break they make or break an election for somebody. You know, if you don't have a good campaign manager, you're gonna lose. So when you are your own campaign manager, you run the risk of not being able to reach all the people or get to the right places.
Well, the campaign managers need to put in the application. You know what I mean? As far as, hey, we'll be available for candidates to help them. And again, there's good people running, you know, but the messaging is no good. You know, and that's the problem. Wiz?
Yeah, well, the campaign manager is very important. You must be structured. When you're running a campaign, you know, I've seen some of the candidates don't have campaign managers and they always lose. Because they have no one that they can confide in, that would help them structure themselves, and then strategically they had a plan for them to operate from. So if you don't have somebody or group working with you, it's very difficult for you to prevail.
Okay, next, well, the next on the ballot was Wayne Faxman Adams, may he rest in peace. But I am almost believing he's probably, for some reason, I'm believing he's gonna have higher numbers this year than he had in the last election. Just because I think a lot of people gave him votes just because for many years. And I think a lot more are gonna do so just because posthumously.
Yes.
Yeah, and then we talked about, you had that conversation the other day. What happens if he comes in one of the top 7? And, you know, and the answer was that the next highest ICM, because he's ICM, the next highest ICM candidate automatically takes a seat.
Awesome.
And then that would be, the only other ICM candidate would be Smokey Fred.
Works for me.
So, you know, so those are some of the things that they have to look at.
But again, what I find in the community, and where people are so locked into the different, people into their own little world, TV, internet, da. So if you're not out there pushing and talking about their issues when they want to hear it, we have a problem. And that's the same thing I see, that we have a communication breakdown and problem with the young people. You understand what I'm saying? We're not talking their language. And until we start to speak their language and hear like, what the heck? You know, you are just turn up the table and turn it up. What's going on with you? You understand? we need to have those talks, and I'm so curious, So, okay, in talking to those youths, next thing I hate, this is a crazy bill.
Okay, hold up, no,
man.
you're going.
I'm going faster.
You're going beyond where we are. We still talking. We still
Okay,
working
okay.
on.
We just done with Wade,
Yeah.
and we spoke about Carla.
Okay, no, Carla Joseph now.
Yeah.
Oh no, we did Carla Joseph
We did-
already.
we did
Sorry,
Carla, we started.
Jonathan Tucker. Another person who ran last election.
Jonathan Tucker, I don't know him personally, I'm sure you guys do, but I know him personally. I think he have a reasonable good campaign going on. I work in the legislature, so I could discern certain things. But I think he have a good campaign going on. I kind of disagree with some of the things he's been bringing out. But he's working hard. I am not too sure if he will be able to get in. I think he's in the cluster. That cluster, that 10 to 7, the area. But I think this is another stepping stone for the elections as it comes to Jonathan Tucker, in my view.
Yeah, I think Peter.
I think Jonathan Tucker may be an election away from maybe winning again. Messaging with, I know who you is. I know who you stand for. You understand? I don't know that much about the brother. You understand? For a person who's running twice, this is your second time running, I don't know enough to say yeah, But I think he'll make it next time.
Baker?
Jonathan projects to be a good candidate. He's an IT specialist. He has been reaching out again with a social media campaign. I find that a candidate running for the second time should always look at the things that they did wrong the first time around, and again, is the crown game. He has the van around town with his face showing, but coming in and touching and reaching into the grassroots, going into the different. He works at Quarantine, but that's about it. But I think there was a campaign from internally from his family members that were campaigning against him on social media that kind of like damaged him the last time around. I think he's still wounded from that, and he falls right again in that cluster at the bottom. He has to get over that. So I believe he's within the cluster, and like Peter said, he might be an election away with a different campaign manager to change his strategy next time around.
Right. And I see it differently. I didn't see the social media push for Tucker. I saw him out in the community. I don't know him personally. I met him once last election cycle. But every time I turn around this year, past few months, I see him talking to people. I see him out there actually having conversation, and so I didn't get to see the social media blitz. I think I might have seen one time, but I didn't see a lot of that social media stuff. I saw him out on the street. And then of course that van, that truck, that's something people are going to, if nothing else, they're like, okay, I know the name, I know the face, and that's something that works in a lot of districts on the mainland, because they need to, when you go into the polls, especially the older voters, name recognition is something that people vote. So I could see him getting some votes for people who don't know the rest of the candidates. They're like, okay, I know that name.
you know, and he may get a couple of those. But I did see him out a lot this year. I saw him out in the street. I saw him talking to people. So hopefully he got his message across. We're gonna put a little pin in that for a minute. We have some results right now. For delegate to the House of Representatives, Stacy Plaskett, 3,267. Shakima George, 382, and 20 write-in. For that large seat, Stephen D. Payne, 2,114, write-in, 132. For the St. Thomas St. John District, and this is just in order on the ballot, Marvin Blyden, 1,689. Stedman Hodge, 1,399. Smokey Fret, 1,176. Dwayne DeGraff, 1,626. Ray Fonseca, 945. Donna Fret Gregory, 2,231. Now Bobby Thomas, 1,527. Alma Francis Heiliger, 1,814. Wayne Faxman Adams, 290.
1,000, how much what?
Alma Francis Heiliger, 1,814. Carla Joseph, 1,755. Yeah, that was an error on my part.
Okay.
Jonathan Tucker, 1,208. Janelle Saru, 2,109. Irvin Putnam Mason, Senior, 905. Milton E. Potter, 2,105. And write-ins, 127.
What's Plaskett figure?
Delegate Plaskett was 3,267.
George was how much?
Board of Education at Large, Bolkus, 1,937. And at large, write-ins, 31. Board of Education, Eugene Farrell, 721. Kaiser Callwood, 1,878. Nandi Sekou, 1,854. 35 write-ins. Board of Elections, St. Thomas St. John, Alicia Wells, 1,770. Sheena Georgie Sanderson, 656. 29 write-in. Board of Elections, St. Thomas St. John, Arturo Watlington, 1,410. Lydia Hendricks, 2,005. Write-ins, 135. And I think this is actually the early voting numbers. So
What about the initiative? You don't have it, you know, for the initiative?
the
Question?
referendum?
Yes.
No, they don't have it. Oh, wait, sorry, looking at it. Yes, 1,763.
And what's that?
No, 721. The referendum on the bill is, are you in favor of the legislature enacting legislation to converge a constitutional convention?
Is it 753?
721.
No, in favor.
In favor, 1,763.
1,750
763.
or 63?
6. That was early voting.
Hello. And
Okay.
I'm still online.
So,
that was just the early voting records thus far. The polling place numbers have yet to come in.
These are late in,
These are early
early
voting. Early voting records. Right, so we got a few more candidates and then we'll go back and we should get some more numbers in shortly. So we were at, the next is Senator Janelle Saru.
It seems like Senator Saru, a lot of people underestimate her. Although she's an independent candidate, she always seems to be
Democratic base.
involved in Democratic majorities.
But she's a Democrat.
So wherever you want to say, she know how to maneuver, even with all those people much older than her. So with that said, I think she's out there. She shows some grittiness, you know. She's showing some fire and what have you, and people like that. And even people who were kind of concerned of how she'll deal with, they were pleasantly surprised, including myself. So I believe she has the body, she has the infrastructure, enough support to be successful again during this election cycle.
Peter?
Again too, I think Senator Saru is a strong candidate and she will be back in the legislature representing. And as an independent senator, I think one of her, the things I recognize about her, she does, again, that all year campaigning, you know, throughout the year. And so it's not a big thing when it comes election time. She locks in with her supporters and keeps them in touch via the internet, the email, and all that type of stuff. But also is out there as an incumbent, you know, to deal with you know, the people. So she will be there, and then she'll be on the top 3 or 4 this time around. Wiz?
Janelle, I find as being a good candidate. Janelle goes to work, and that's very important. It's like you know, attending work at the legislature is very important, especially when you have the people business to do. But I think Janelle has developed a skill set over a lot of the candidates, even though as district chair, I'm not in favor of her being a part of the organization because of organizational structure. But she has developed that skill set to move legislation. One of the things that she has done during her tenure is she has moved a lot of legislation. And as an independent, moving legislation within a Democratic majority takes a certain type of skill set, and I think she has that. So she has been running very high in all the polls. the Rattan poll, the UVA polls, and the Boy poll. She has been running it very high, so I see her retaining a seat. I don't know what position she'll hold, but from the numbers coming in early, it seems that she's
You can't
gonna
look
run.
at it yet. No, tell him, because you can't look at the numbers yet.
Of course.
Too early, right?
No, it's not too early.
So, we were supposed to do our predictions before we got the first one, so we have to pretend that we didn't get the first one yet. So we're trying to time this so that we can get it before we started getting the results.
We'll talk about the referendum or no?
In a minute, but we have to finish the sentence first. So for me, the same thing, Sanchez Arroyo is an old-fashioned politician. So she keeps in touch with her constituents. She sends out newsletters constantly, she updates, she uses social media to do her platform. She's out there, she's pushing everybody, pushing everything. So we're looking at her doing well because she has her voting block that's guaranteed, and she's been able, I think, to sway some of the older ones who didn't give her a chance the first go around because of her youth and other things that they didn't agree with. But in her fighting nature, she has swayed a lot of the older voters. So I see her actually doing better this go around than she did the first time. Irvin Putnam Mason.
I haven't heard anything from Mr. Mason. So I really can't say. I know of him a bit, but in terms of the campaigning and actually really knowing about his stance and issues, I have a kind of blank in that. So I don't believe he'll be able to make it this election.
Peter?
Again, Irvin Mason, same problem, you know. Not knowing enough about the individual, you know. And again, it comes down to marketing, being out there, you know. But again, it looks like people who have government jobs, it's only a certain time they could campaign. You know what I mean? They can't declare for this, or they gotta take a, you know, big how that goes. And I think some of these guys suffer from that kind of lack of independence, where you could just say, hey, look,
You know, I never thought of that.
I'm gonna take some time off and I'm gonna focus on selling myself to the people, getting out there. You can't do it if you don't take that time off to do that. And most of these individuals that work for the government, well, they can't say nothing until, you know, I could take a month off. You know, by then it's too late. It's too late. The uncertainty, people don't know you're running, if you're running, you know, no, you gotta get out there and sell yourself. Because again, all the incumbents have an advantage over with the everyday media, legislative meetings and stuff. So people who enter that will be able to see them, they get the message out. And you being trying to unseat somebody, you have to be out there often, early, and it's quite possible. He's one of them, could possibly make it next time.
Urban, I think, but this is the second time around. No ground game. He's not reaching out to the grassroots. He has a radio program, but I find that a lot of his messaging is basically complaining without solutions. Again, he's even out of the cluster. He's not even on the radar in the polls that are showing. So he has a lot of work to do. So I don't see him making it in this time around.
And I kind of tend to agree. Unfortunately, I mean, for someone that I know him personally, so I know his passion, I know what his thoughts are, but I'm of the select few. I don't think he was out there enough, not enough people know who he is, not enough people know he's running. People, even the people, his friends or in his circle, they may know, but the general public don't know anything about him as far as that he's stepping out. I've offered myself for public service, but I haven't shared enough of myself. So people are still unaware, right? And so we're down to the last candidate, Mr. Milton E. Potter.
Mr. Potter, again, I haven't heard too much campaigning from Mr. Potter. However, he have name recognition. I think he was director of the personal division. So I know he was able to build up some capital through that through those duties and that position. And again, he have a well-known family name, and he's been working in the Virgin Islands for many years. He's a pleasant brother, and he seems to be very serious. And because I don't hear too many campaigning, I believe I will put him in a cluster of on the fence could get in, be able to get in. I believe he'll be able to make it, but he's within that cluster.
Peter?
I again was impressed with the messaging of this particular candidate. Also, sometimes some of the people who endorse you carry a lot of weight.
Yeah.
And the people who endorse this young brother here, that I know personally, interviewed and have a lot of respect for, they say, hey, we're gonna vouch for this brother here. And hey, in talking to him briefly, he seems to understand government, how it works, and could bring a refreshing aspect to the scene. But I think he'll be in. I think he'll be one of them that will be successful too.
Potter, we interviewed him during the primary, and very knowledgeable. He's had quite a bit of tangible position within government. He knows government operation. But as Peter says, and Slahito, that his ground game, you don't hear anything from him on the ground. I think his messaging, someone said he's done a lot of social stuff, but on the ground I haven't seen him until recently. One of the things that I think he's bucking on and bringing him home is the endorsement. He has quite a bit of reputable endorsees that are endorsing him, and it reflects so far in the first set of numbers that are rolling in. But I see him again, like Sly said, within that cluster. I don't see him guaranteed right now. I could be wrong.
He's doing well, but within the cluster. He's at the top end of the cluster.
and I guess I don't know, because I don't listen to the radio as much as I used to. I didn't hear the endorsements. I haven't heard most of those, but I've seen him on the government street. We talked about candidates who are out there on that corner. He's on corners. I don't drive. Mandela Circle is I pass that way a lot, so I see him there. Rarely I go on the East End, but I saw him out there by Fort Milliner. Then I saw him someplace on the East End another time when I was in the country, and I'm not a country person, but you see him at these strategic intersections, him and his people for the past 3 or 4 weeks. You actually see them out there stopping the, at the car stop at the light or on the corner when they're yielding, and they're out there pushing harder. So that's one of those that I disagree with the ground game. I saw him having that ground game, because him and his people were always on the government street. That's what I saw. So that's, you're looking at. So based on how our predictions started, how we were predicting, and looking at the first set of numbers from the early vote, how does your prediction stand up with what you're seeing in the first numbers? Right now, the top vote getter presently is Donifred Gregory from early votes. You guys had her in your
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
second highest is Jenna Sorrell,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and followed by Mr. Parker.
yeah.
Okay, so he's higher than.
He's higher than everybody else.
That we projected, that I projected.
Yeah.
I think we agree.
So when we look at the, considering when you have the people that you predicted would do well didn't do well in the early voting, this is just early voting.
Mm-hmm.
Are your people, the people that you predicted, how did they do?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Good. I mean, look, I pick winners.
Oh,
You understand what I'm saying? I pick winners.
Carla, Joseph is doing really well.
She's in that club, that seven to eight that you predicted. Same thing for.
So far, Thomas is out, Hodge is out.
Carla is running fourth.
Yes, she's running field.
Carla is running fourth.
So we're.
The graph is going.
He's trailing Carl Joseph.
And then,
Blyden.
Yeah. So that's
So
the way we're
so right now it's Blyden, the graph, Fred Gregory, Alma Heidegger, Carla Joseph, Gina Suru, and Elton Potter.
Okay, let's see if it changes.
Right.
Now,
Well,
is that all the precincts?
That was all, because that was just early voting.
Right.
And we're gonna talk about referendum in a minute, but let's pay a little attention to the national politics. At first, I was a little disheartened, you had Trump with 11, electoral votes and Biden with 0. And then when I looked up, I know people saw my eyes light up, and that's when Biden took a small lead, and he led for a while. So, but now we have Trump with 42 and Biden with 30. But that's the early count. So Trump has 42 electoral votes and Biden has 30.
It's going to be a long.
It's going to be a very long night, and those are just the smaller ones. But he did get the 11 from, I think, from Pennsylvania. So that was one of those, I think it was Pennsylvania that kind of carried him to. So, no, Pennsylvania it's too early. Okay, it's too early to call. So we're waiting, those results. So right now, in Texas, Biden is leading 50%. Trump has 47% of the votes. So Texas is not a Democratic state. So right now,
I think Trump still have the edge in Texas. Trump. I still think he has.
Yeah, right now he's trailing Biden.
I know.
So hopefully, well, you never know. It's coming.
No, Big, I've played a big role in this Democratic national thing. Tell us a little bit about that, man. Did you wear the big hat with the rooster this year? What happened?
I did a Biden and Kamala. I mean, we did a recording here, because, since the COVID, we weren't able to go to Milwaukee. So we did a photo shoot over on the island of St. Croix. We cast our 13 votes for the president, which, we can cast our votes for the president for him to run, but we can't vote here as citizens in a general election, which has to change hopefully with the delegate, pushing and us, doing what we have to do here, locally, pushing.
To do what?
Just so we'll be able to, and with the coordination with the president, and moving.
To vote for the president?
To vote for the president.
Without dealing with political status?
Well, that's one of the things that has to be done.
Okay.
You know, that's one of the things that has to be done, so she has to first start the education and dialogue on that. And, I think we can fall under, I think with this, first of all, we gotta get our political status in place.
Yeah.
And, or we can fall on under jurisdiction and come in as well. Like how, Washington did, we can do the same thing and get that right, it does the same way. So, you know, many options that can be had in order for us to be able to do that.
Okay, so the referendum was, are you in favor of the legislature enacting legislation to convene a constitutional convention to adopt the revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands 68 Statute 497 or portions of it as the constitution for the Virgin Islands? So, what do you guys think about that?
Well,
Very good, Peter.
I am, as I just mentioned, political status. I know the majority of people would like a constitution. We failed in 5 attempts, so I believe there's a way that if this is the only way to get a constitution, we will adopt it. However, I am on the contrary side where I don't feel we should adopt this document, because again, I am from the perspective that we have to decide our political status first before we go into dealing with the constitutional convention.
What do you think?
I'm not for it, simply because it's not enough education for people to make a decision. You know what I mean? The last minute trying to, no, we need to do better than that. We need to do better than that. You see, when I see stuff like this happen, I wonder if you're trying to bamboozle the people by not giving them time to research, study, debate. I have no clue. This thing is like a last minute thing. So I wasn't in a position to say, I didn't have the time to go do no research, see what it's all about. And the presenters never came and say consistently, we're gonna do something to educate the public. Tune in here. It's like, no. So I not informed enough, I did not vote for it.
Just like Sly said, you know, we've tried some 5 times, and since we've tried, the whole situation in reorganizing to try to restructure has gone dormant. No one is doing anything to keep it alive, to do what was asked for us to do in order to come back, and they have refused to do that. So my position is on this. I think I'm for it. I think we should try moving from this angle, and once we if it pass, we should be able to get to the table, make the necessary amendments that are necessary in order to make it also we can have an organic, from the organic perspective, and then makes us whole. So then we can move forward from there. So I believe we failed. Because we didn't plan properly, and we failed to plan to correct. So here we have an option. So taking this option, I believe, since we have failed and refused to make another attempt based on the recommendation from Congress, we should move forward with this document.
I'm not pleased with the process in which this was added to the referendum in the past without enough, like Peter said, not enough education, but just not enough presentation. I mean, it was discussed for 1 minute, next thing you know, it's a referendum on there without anybody. We fell short in the last Constitutional Convention. You would think the same way, expecting a different result, is nothing short of insane.
Ferris was what?
Ferris with 89. 152.
And that's what, early voting?
Yes.
And Frankie Johnson,
Yeah.
former,
Comer, Genevieve.
it's amazing how St. Croix just,
And alrighty now, so here we go. 8 out of 13 election results for St. Croix. I don't know, St. Croix, the numbers are coming in faster.
There's another set.
Do so well on St. Croix. They're not pushing.
Whitfield?
We there's a support and go through the
And you're outgoing senator. And you have something that you start.
senatorial other people in the
but let's talk about a platform.
To the legislature.
Pushing for an independent person or supporting.
You are not listening to what I'm
No,
saying.
no, it's not us, it's not us.
Districts. Sanction was
Live stream. So, but we're going to, and we're still showing no, is all we have for St. Thomas.
So I guess maybe the next time.
I'm moving to the
Election time.
candidates that are reputable to represent us within the organization.
Division.
What reason?
Okay, so the numbers right now, Janelle Saru with 4,000, two numbers. 248. Donna Gregory, 4,223. Milton Potter, 3,931. Carla Joseph, 3,587. Alma Francis Heiliger, 3,572. Marvin Blyden, 3,565. Dwayne DeGraff,
3,000
3,066. Bobby Thomas, 2,000. Bobby Thomas was 2,760.
16.
60. Stedman Hodge, 2,690. 2690. And Smokey Fred, 2,350.
2,350.
That's the top 10? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Whoa.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Upset City.
Alright, so I'm gonna give you the numbers again.
Yeah.
Blyden, 3,565. Hodge, 2,690. Fret, 2,350. DeGraff, 3,066. Fred Gregory, 4,223. Thomas, 2,760. Joseph, 3,587. Saru, 4,248. Potter, 3,931. Heiliger 3572.
Awesome.
Right, so, and
What paying that?
we haven't,
And how they got
It's
around,
not-
what, 7th?
Heiliger, no, I think she's 4. Give me a second, I think she's 4.
7.
No, Heiliger is not seven. Is she?
No, she's
Heiliger is
not.
not seven.
Heiliger is 5,
Okay.
she's 5th. Blyden is 6 and DeGraff is 7.
Mm.
He was in 7th place the last time, the time before, and then he lost with the, mail-ins, I think. Was it
Who is speaking?
DeGraff?
No,
No,
the Graf is
No,
he's speaking before he came out, he
yeah,
governed.
the first time he ran,
I don't know.
isn't that what had happened? He was 7th and then absentee ballots dropped him?
No, I think that was,
That was somebody else.
What talking
They
nothing?
didn't give that, they only gave the 10.
She only got the top 10.
Yeah, because that's what they pulled up. There's nothing on the election website yet, since 9:44. That was the numbers that came from WTJX live coverage.
And this was of 944.
No, the last numbers we had was 9:44. These numbers we just got, it's not on the website at all. I gave those numbers to,
I got 9. Who's the
10.
10th one? I got 9.
what you talking about?
In those new numbers. I got
Oh,
9.
it's not down there.
I got Potter. I got Suru. I got Joseph. Oh, I got it. It was Bobby Thomas. Yeah, I got it then.
So I'm assuming these are the final numbers.
yeah,
Just
Bobby
like you talked
Thomas
about.
is out.
Hodge is out.
Where's the final
Hodge is
number?
out.
Apparently this is the final numbers.
The final?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what happened the last time. They didn't update it at the, see, because right now, the live coverage, they have, Channel 12, WTJX is their official live coverage. So they're not updating the website like they should and they used to, so we had to get the numbers from there.
So who in first place?
Cyril,
Who came in first?
Janelle Cyril,
So tell you.
My father said she would be number 1
Mhm.
last night, you know.
and Don Gregory's number 2, Milton Potter was number 3, Carla Joseph was 4, Alma Heiliger was 5, Blyden is 6, and DeGraff is 7. Less than 10 votes separate DeGraff and, no, separate
Alma made
Heiliger
it
and
in, eh?
yeah.
Less than-
Clean.
less than 10 votes though separate her and
That's what it
Blyden.
is, you wanting to win.
Huh?
That's like you say, you got to campaign seriously.
Yeah.
Did
And
y'all hear what I said?
So it's,
Did you hear what I said?
you're speaking about the top 7.
Less than 10 votes separate
Separate who?
Heiliger and Blyden.
But that's for 5th place.
DeGraff, it follows them by 499.
So who's behind the graph?
Behind DeGraff is Bobby Thomas with
He way
a
back.
couple hundred,
Yeah.
like 200 and change. Actually,
Bobby
200
told me, and I said, we live or we not live?
We were
We're
still
live,
now,
we're still
now.
live.
Yeah.
We're still live.
Yeah, we should. What do you think?
I would not consider live.
A change is coming.
So,
Oh my goodness.
So,
this is
by your predictions, that's what I was asking earlier, your predictions, how do your predictions go? I'm not
well,
seeing
the
good numbers
predictions
yet.
have changed based on
Oh,
the
yeah.
poll.
They can't
Okay,
change.
your prediction can't
Can't change.
change.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
You-
talking about on the poll.
No, for your predictions, how did your predictions bear out?
Well, I think all these folks here that we predicted were gonna win.
Yeah, I had Carla Joseph and Pat. No, I had Helga winning. I had Joseph and Pata in the cluster.
If you saw what we said, the cluster.
The whole cluster packet move up.
The whole cluster is what came in.
Your whole cluster packet went up.
The high end with the most promotion
Yeah,
of the
because
cluster came in. The low end of the cluster is out.
Yeah, I had Thomas making it.
Yeah, we have Bobby making it. We have Stedman not making
Yeah,
it.
not making it. Well, I had Stedman making it too, so both.
So now this
Stedman
have
and
nothing to
Thomas.
do with absentee,
No, absentee
No.
is still a week away.
so that could,
It could, well, for the most part, depending on how many absentee ballots went out, that's what I'm trying to look at. Cause right now,
Yeah.
from, like what I was saying, it's a 7-point difference between 5 and 6. But, between 6 and 7, 3, 5, 6, 5, and 3, 0, 6, 6, 9. It's 499.
And because the
So, if though, how many, depending on how many absentee ballots have gone out, the numbers won't change that much. Between Heiliger and Blyden, they may go 5 and 6, but Bobby Thomas, Dwayne DeGraff is behind them by 499.
But how much is Bobby Thomas behind Dwayne DeGraff? That's the one.
Almost 300.
That's all. That's a tough one.
Here's 3,066 and 2,760.
So now you have
Actually, it's 306.
three non-Democrats. I think this one. You have DeGraff,
Heiliger, and Saru.
and you have Saru.
And technically,
Technically, Saru.
shit, I don't care what she did. Janelle is a Democrat in her blood.
You coming back. We want, go over them numbers again and the recording?
So who's gonna be the Senate president?
Let's look, we gotta get the sick rate numbers first. I'm not seeing sick rate numbers.
We gotta bring Janelle over as a Democrat.
I'm not seeing any sick rate numbers and you missed it.
We need synchronous numbers, that's what we need.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I know Novell is up, I know Novell got in, he's speaking, but I need numbers.
This if they do by tradition, the president will be from St. Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now look at St. Thomas, see who you think could become president.
Well, they were saying, they were hoping that Dana, or be the number one vote getter.
One vote getter for what? To be president?
No, that's what they were hoping and said that she would be the president, but I believe she still could be the president,
The
yeah.
president, based on how much votes you got. It's based on how much people will support you to be president.
in the majority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the amount of votes it doesn't necessarily matter.
So there's still a Democratic majority.
It will always be a Democratic majority as long as you vote the way you voted. You laugh because it's true.
Well, you know my position.
That's another position. You want, but you're doing that because you want a more united Democratic Party.
I want service for the people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want, service for the people. I want the
So
people to
they
be
get
properly represented. Because see, I can't get it now because the people can't hold them accountable.
Ooh, Biden got 89, Trump got 54.
Electoral vote?
It's still too far, they need 270.
Still early, my dear.
I know, I'm hurting.
89, 54?
Yeah,
That's early.
I know.
You see, they put Texas back to red. Texas and they anyway.
But it only by, not by much.
No, that's 2016 vote.
Under 16.
That's 2016 showing.
Yeah.
So we're still awaiting Synchrony, correct?
Yeah, see, where the numbers are in, it's just they're not loaded on the site. So I'm trying to find it, cause remember I told you.
Okay. We have an, Pete,
Huh? You got what?
we had a unique situation. We ain't able to record on the cards.
You didn't record nothing?
No. We're not able to further record.
Oh, so you done?
We're not able to further.
She tell us shut the heck up.
No, we're still, excuse me, we're still
We're not able
The
to
perils of being
further
on live.
We're not able to
Powerful?
further record. We like formatting the cards each time
Your
a
fault?
week.
Oh.
And it's not,
we're reached the peak.
like.
Yeah. You know, accidents after today.
Try and see where we
How much more we needed, but it's.
Hold on a second, let me see if I can reboot it.
Yeah, so everybody, somebody else is asking for Synchrony numbers, but that was, because, okay, let me try to test
Oh,
it.
boy.
Yeah, with Channel 12 being the official live feed from their numbers are going directly to them and they're not on the website.
This is stupid.
Right.
Okay, wait.
Right, so you tell me life is stupid. Stupid. Yeah, we damn near that.
I guess being good for these things, you know. The guy gonna tell you how I feel.
We have a coding problem.
Huh?
So,
What about name? Netherlands.
we done.
Not right, sorry.
It was good.
Great job, man.
It was good.
Listen.
I could wrap it up on the live stream.
We're trying to get the Synchrony number so we can get a final conversation about the last,
I hope my son is like the
Who's gonna be the third president?
Sorrow.
up there.
Who?
Sorrow.
Sorry?
Sorrow.
Sorry?
Sorrow.
You say it's
You're on the line. Sorrow will be the president. She gotta start forming her majority from now.
She don't have one.
She ain't got one. She
Oh,
never
and
got
I
show.
also watching,
VLA gonna help her push it.
with that takeover. Those who lost versus who won. And who are looking out like both Hodge and Thomas are out now. They were the one who were overthrown. But Gregory was also overthrown from vice president, but she got the chairmanship of the education committee. I think she was back in good graces with the majority, if I understand that correctly. She's, from my standpoint, she's a good shot to be the Senate president. If they're dealing with a tradition of one time going to St.
They're supposed
Louis
to.
and then going back to St.
Is it
Thomas.
traditional or is it coded?
No, it's not.
It's not coded, it's just
It's
tradition.
not coded, it's just tradition.
Okay.
You see like how Trump trained out after that tradition and they can't say
Mhm.
nothing?
Yeah.
So if they want to go out.
What about the boards? You got any
again.
boards?
No, there's nothing on the website at all. So we're dependent on what is posted by Channel 12 and they're running them out right now. So somebody said, I guess they're not reading the thread. Apparently not. So that's what happens when nobody's updating. So if you have the board needs to be more vigilant in doing their due diligence. Yeah, but this makes no sense that you have election results and you're not showing the last thing you have is 944. That makes absolutely no sense. So, just looking at, even if you look at just the numbers from earlier, if they're consistent and those numbers stay, but see, St. Croix is so volatile, you can't go by those numbers because you've gotta go by polling places. It's rough because the fact that you do have to.
And this turnout was basically consistent with the early voting.
Mm-hmm.
The top 7 in the early voting that ended up being the same top 7.
In this one, because for the
Yeah.
most part,
Yeah.
it was like, yeah, they kind of paid attention and. So, this is, I mean, any big surprises for you guys? Anything that's a real surprise?
Joseph, Carla
Joseph?
Land Goodfoot. Yeah, surprised me.
What about you, Peter? Any big surprises in the St. Thomas and John district?
Just let me look at the thing I didn't have it right now. But, so, actually, I'm surprised of, I'm surprised of Thomas, the two senators, Hodge, who didn't make it, but still happy with the newcomers, you know, the replacements. I could deal with.
I watching the totality of these votes. These votes look kind of low.
Yeah, because
These
It's
votes,
not a gubernatorial election now. Keep that in mind.
no.
regardless, these vote totals are low. And especially on St. Thomas.
because St. Thomas.
St. Thomas, the
Came
total
up with
vote
that.
is 4,248. That's low, man.
Top vote get us how much?
4,000.
No man, for the combine them.
Wait,
you can't
no.
compare.
Early voting and
No,
That is the total.
it's the total.
what, the 4,000 is the
You
total?
hear what I'm saying? It's the total. So it's like acknowledge now that this is
Something wrong there.
this is a low turnout then. What was the total?
Because from what I understand, it was 4,000 in early voting.
For who?
Total.
That could have been total, you thought.
No.
Total 4,000 early voters.
You heard what Bobby said that it, early vote was 4,000, and then you had some today.
The
You had
numbers were
another.
low.
The
The numbers were low
total
today.
for early voting was 4,000 what?
4,000
4,000 people came
total,
out to
yes,
vote?
to vote.
Yes,
And then-
So
and today you had another
2,000.
2,000 something.
So that is inconsistent.
So that's
with
something.
numbers.
So it should be a total of 6 something.
6,000.
Yeah, but nobody ever gets all 6,000, well,
Right,
nobody gets all
nobody got
6,000.
100% of the turnout. So
So
this is
number, that's consistent.
it's
You're talking about-
inconsistent with the.
You're talking about 4,200, that's 60% of the votes. That's more than 60% of the votes, my math is off. If you got 6,000 voters and you got 4,200, you did darn good.
It's like you know think about it. That's a low number
Why say?
versus the last two elections.
Why say?
The
And why say?
gubernatorial and the one before the gubernatorial.
2016.
Because normally
No,
normally
2016
senatorial
was
race,
had.
normally
I don't
senatorial
remember.
race is usually between 7 to
As a
9,000.
matter of fact, there are people who got 42, 48 and lose the election.
Last year, last election.
Last few elections
Now 4,000 and lost.
and lost.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
over the years, the election senatorial race has been a minimum of 7,000 and a maximum of 9.
Yeah, remember Shawn Michael posted 10,000 mark some time ago.
Right.
But again, so I need to see this thing with the turnout again. Because these numbers are low. These numbers are low.
Well, you gotta keep in mind now,
COVID,
Baker wasn't out there giving away free food.
that's a true, that's true. That's true.
Okay,
That's
general
true.
election ballots, total ballots, no, that can't be right. Registered voters, 27,000, total cast, 41,884, 41,86, can't be, that has to be in order.
So those guys in there ain't got
But
those
that's
guys next
early
door.
election.
Those guys
It's
next door ain't got the total.
Those guys are gone.
You gone? No.
Oh, that boy got paid. I don't know.
Yeah, can someone go and find out what they got?
Well, we on this.
And the same.
Well, you can't believe that the count is, the number is so low?
Huh?
What?
You know I
can't
wanna
believe.
get a final on board and all of that.
Oh, and the boards and everything like that, okay.
It's still saying 0.
You gotta go up in person, bro. Flash a badge.
What my PO badge?
Out of the old chair. So get that old chair out of here.
So it looks like that last controversy with Senator Thomas
I just
bill
missed it.
being taken off the floor when they wanted to put the
Yeah, that Nike Osman.
that really look like a really
But
affected it.
you all said it, so I gotta say, I had a discussion with him.
Yeah.
And when I asked him, what do you think? He said he believed he's gonna be gone. And I said, what, I said, I don't think so. I said, why you believe you're gonna be gone? He said, because of that same position that they've taken.
Politics is perception. Perception is reality in politics. And whether he moved that legislation for good reasons or what it show that they feel that he moved his bill so that amendment could not be placed on it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the majority of the people feel that he didn't want to he took away the vehicle
To make it go through. Instead of
to-
forcing them to
yeah.
vote.
Yeah,
You understand?
that's how the politics could go.
So he suffered for everybody because they're all
Yes, because
Develop
his
all of
bill,
them,
because of his bill.
all of them vote.
And guess what?
All of them voted.
If you know, from
But
that
all of those
time,
that voted for it are in.
Gittins were doing bad, but because he supported that brother on that bill, he was one of them who up in the top 5.
And it seemed like it reflected as well in Sinclair
Yeah.
with Benta and James.
Yeah.
Because that
All those
was
guys
the magic 5 that was opposing.
Yeah.
And the graph over here, you know.
Oh, graciousness, you mean Thomas lost because of Carl White's paycheck issue?
Because of what?
That's what it says on the
That's,
line.
that's on the line for the.
You see that
The same issue, the same conversation y'all having.
Yeah.
Give me a manual, okay. So the whole concept, but I'm still looking for the numbers there, pulling that conversation. Okay, here we go. St. Croix numbers are in, alright. So Kurt Vialet, 4421. Genevieve Whitaker, 3580. Novelle Francis, 3468.
Genevieve is how much? 3,000?
I can't read before, I gotta go change it in a minute. Javon James, 3454. Samuel Carrion, 3178. Franklin Johnson, 3167.
Oh, that's a new client,
Oh, and Kenny Giddens, 2983.
He gets in with 2019.
Yeah,
That's
Okla Benta,
Oh, Benta is out?
2919.
How much?
2919.
Two.
Allison Degazan,
I
2733. And Chucky Hansen, 2726.
Chucky didn't get in.
So, well, we need to
27,
see how many absentee ballots went out. Cause that could be a difference for Chucky.
You said Whitaker was how much?
Whitaker,
Whitaker in second place. 3580.
Yeah, Whitaker in second for his.
Uh-huh.
okay, so
I won.
now. You playing bingo? You won. Alright, so they kept the same numbers as before?
Slide.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the same, they have some change up, but the same 10, you see, what you say?
Dinner chicken, how do you go, winner chicken
Who is
dinner?
St. Thomas
I have
number?
chicken, I
St.
can't
Thomas
eat.
number.
I pull it up again.
If I have chicken, I
No,
can't eat.
it wasn't, that was dumb posted.
If I have chicken, I can't eat.
I have it, I'll email it to you. Alright? Yeah, so that's what I meant to say. So now, for St. Thomas,
So for Frankie for Frankie in?
Frankie in.
yes,
Frankie
he's,
in.
right now, and, prior, until the,
Uh-oh.
barring no changes for,
So Francis out?
No, Francis in.
How much Francis got?
Benta out.
Benta out?
Gazan, and
Yeah,
Hansen.
Benta Degazan and
Yeah, I went to
Degazan.
Trino, 7,000 over there. Same like you have here.
So we bet a 5.
Gittins out too?
Gittins in.
Gittins barely made it.
Then there's 8.
27, 22, 27, 26, and then 29, 90.
How much what's the difference between Benta and Kenny? Not much.
Now look at 64 votes.
Yeah.
64 votes.
Benta got 29, 19, Kenny got 2983.
So whoever do the best absentee ballot campaign there, they gonna pull that one out.
Yeah.
Kenny
Yeah,
got,
they
And
got-
that's what Kenny, that's what helped Kenny last time.
Yeah, they gotta do a,
Yeah?
they
That's
gotta
what
do,
helped Kenny last time, absentee ballots.
they gotta do a Lorraine Berry, 50 and corner, so. Yeah, that's what she.
So what Frankie
usually
Johnson
does.
filed?
He's 6.
Francis, how much Francis got, you said?
He's 3rd.
What's how much?
3,468.
I have 264.
And the top vote, yeah, they say Clyde 4,421. Wow.
It's a low turnout.
No turnout all over.
So maybe he had an uptick in early voting.
They had 4,000
He had an
early
uptick in
voting.
early voting,
And
but
nobody- yeah,
same
nobody
day,
came out.
same day.
So what
same day
Digazan
voting.
gone home?
Yep. Quick. Fast.
Was she at night?
Yeah. And Chucky Hansen and make it.
Chucky didn't make it.
No.
Chucky got home.
And next year, this is a different generation,
Yeah.
different generation.
People ain't wanna hear you that shit. Okay. That's all right.
Hey.
Oh, gosh!
Wait, I'm gonna have to leave you guys.
Okay, man.
Okay, I
It's
got
been a
to
pleasure.
move and same way.
It's been a pleasure dropping it. Carol, thank you so much. You've
You're
been a
welcome.
very
Ms.
good,
Carver, thank you so much.
very good and experienced moderator.
Okay, so last
You did
thing,
a wonderful job.
so prediction, if the numbers stay the same, cause we're looking at 4 Democrats out of St. Croix. Sorry, 5 Democrats in St. Croix. And, Lord,
For St. Thomas.
and
5.
4
Four
in
in
St. Croix,
St.
so
Thomas.
we have a 9 Democratic majority.
5 where?
5 in St. Croix and 4 in
Right,
St.
four in
Thomas.
St. Thomas, yeah.
That's 9,
So hey, Peter,
so. we
that's
want
a
to-
drop.
Hey.
So, with that, the next
Love
thing
it.
we'll see how they do the formulation of,
That's a drop,
cause we're not
Peter.
seeing too much of a change from, I don't anticipate, cause we don't see, unfortunately, cause the Board of Elections, the website sucks. I'm gonna say sucks.
I wonder what, I'm interested in
And-
the,
Wait, yeah, because we don't have any, so we don't even have the amount, we don't have the total ballots cast, we don't have the referendum final numbers, we don't have the boards,
the board
We
fooling
don't
around here,
have-
something went wrong here,
we
you know, that's
don't
why
have,
they,
what?
that's why this thing is not,
They do that every election.
Yeah, they take a long time.
Because
But
old people
you, but
need to
you
vote.
basically have a website
Yeah.
that is supposed to update immediately, and the website is still showing,
These
9:44.
we need to go home.
they need to go home. These old people. You know,
We need to,
in a high-tech
there's some
world.
changes need to be made up there.
but you don't even have to have, the board doesn't have to change, you just have to hire somebody to do the work. You have somebody in IT, automatically it's loaded, it just pulls it up. It's nothing they have to
Well,
do.
the IT guy that they got up there is
Yeah, he's a club.
Oh, Lord. So gentlemen, it was a pleasure. I will get what I wanted to say is that we don't even know how many absentee ballots went out. Cause that would make a difference, but I don't think it would be 500. That would make a difference in St. Thomas district. I don't see it making much of a difference in St. Croix either. But we know in the past, absentee ballots have made a change in the last numbers. So we look to hear from that, cause we're looking at St. Croix, the numbers aren't that, for St. Croix, they would require, I don't think the numbers will change from the absentee ballots.
Well, Peter, when we get the final, I think we need to come back again.
And discuss. We can do it again.
We can discuss.
7 and 8
I wanna
is
even bring in some of the
70
candidates.
something
Candidates that were
votes.
victorious, what do you think, Sly?
So,
Sounds
so,
good.
only 70
Sounds
something
good.
votes separate 7 and 8,
We got the topic.
Let's capture.
alright? So,
Let's
gentlemen,
capture the
we
moment.
need to say good night
Good
to our audience.
night.
Good evening.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Carl, again.
Yes,
Well,
that's
Oh.
Donald Trump was what?
Alright?
In Georgia, 56.
Yeah, they're not, it's still too early for Trump, for those to say, but right now, Texas has 38
Texas is
electors,
gonna beat
and
up Trump.
he's barely holding on in Texas.
Who?
That's
Trump.
Florida. Beat them up.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining
Thank
us, and we're
you.
gonna